Chapter 624, A Gamble. Chapter 624, A Gamble. Bang! Ding Liang suddenly struck a palm out, shattering a large tree by the side into smithereens. It could be seen just how immense the fury in his heart was, calculated everything, and he still could not predict that Yi Yuan actually had a void escape thunderous explosion talisman. This time, not only did he not catch Yi Yuan, he even let himself suffer considerable injuries instead. To think that he was still swearing solemnly before, saying that Yi Yuan could not escape this time. In the end, he still ran away, facing the layers upon layers of dense fog ahead. Ding Liang was somewhat shrinking back. He knew that behind this dense fog was human martial artists' forbidden land. Even peak divine traversing realm experts would also not come out again when entering this forbidden death zone. And, accurately speaking, they did come back. It was just that what came back was just a corpse. According to the information that the Fierce Gale world collected, this forbidden death zone was the endless world's most terrifying place. Even His Majesty did not dare to step foot inside too. Before departing, Zhao Tianyin exhorted the few of them just two matters. One of it was to not provoke the endless forest's demonic beasts. Most importantly, to absolutely not enter the forbidden death zone. The other matter was to be sure to kill Yi Yuan. Now, these two matters actually miraculously overlap together. Then, could this forbidden death zone kill Yi Yuan or not? Ding Liang pondered, a place where even His Majesty did not dare to step foot into. Yi Yuan could not possibly survive, right? Ding Liang suddenly recalled something. Reaching his hand out and taking a look at the curse mark in his hand, his expression could not help changing. He actually lost connection to Yi Yuan's curse mark. This forbidden death zone was truly abnormal. To actually be able to cut off the response between the curse marks, this divine soul curse was extremely malicious. It was like a bone-infesting maggot. As long as the person inflicted by the curse did not die, this curse would never ever be removed. Even Ding Liang, this 8th-level divine traversing expert, was unable to accomplish cutting off this response. But this forbidden death zone could. Screw it. I'll just wait here and do nothing. This boy is why freaky. If he can really come out from there, then it won't be easy to handle. Either way, as long as he leaves the forbidden death zone, no matter where he walks to, I'll be able to sense it. Ding Liang made a decision very quickly. White light, where are you? In the dense fog, Yi Yuan called out White Light's name repeatedly, but did not get any response. In front of his eyes was completely a stretch of haziness. Nothing could be seen at all the way until Yi Yuan walked for an entire day's time in this dense fog did he finally confirmed two things. One of it was that he got separated from White Light. The other thing was that he was lost. This dense fog was seemingly expansive. No matter how he walked, he could not reach the end too. With Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience, he did not know what the H-E-L this dense fog was either. But Yi Yuan could confirm one thing. This dense fog was currently devouring the essence energy within his body. This one day and one night, Yi Yuan did not do anything at all, but the essence energy in his body was actually only left with 2/3 of the original. At this rate, there was still 3 days' time, and then the essence energy in his body would be completely fully exhausted. This bit, Yi Yuan was not very worried. Coming out this time, he brought sufficient medicinal pills on him and was totally able to sustain for a very long time. What Yi Yuan was worried about was that he would be lost in this dense fog all the way. That was the most terrifying thing. This dense fog did not seem to have anything at all. It was deathly still, as if there was only Yi Yuan alone left in the entire world, and this dense fog. This sort of feeling virtually made people feel despair. No wonder the Endless Worlds people all called this place as the Forbidden Death Zone. Even if peak divine traversing realm experts entered facing this boundless gray fog, they would probably go crazy in the end too. Even if you had unparalleled magical abilities, you could not find a sage way to give vent either. Furthermore, it was very clear that the more you expend essence energy, the faster you die in the gray fog. Regardless where you walk to, all of the scenery was the exact same, all a stretch of haziness. There was completely no way of differentiating what place you walked through just now. Under such an environment, wanting to walk out of the dense fog was simply an impossible matter. 2 whole days, Yi Yuan just walked like this, seemingly aimlessly. As he walked, before his eyes were forever a stretch of gray haziness. During this period, Yi Yuan consumed a medicinal pill, restoring his essence energy to the optimum state. But at this time, his essence energy was only left with 2/3 again. 2 days later, Yi Yuan finally could not walk anymore. He suddenly stopped, crossed his legs, and sat down, and actually started visualizing the Lin word formula. This dense fog isn't an array formation, but I feel that I'm walking around in circles continuously. It looks like I've walked for 2 days and nights and seem to have walked very far, but actually, I didn't walk out very far at all. Even with my heart realm maintaining heart like still water state, it also can't see through this dense fog. Since that's the case, then I can only break through heart realm to be rescued from the hopeless situation. Although this place did not have fighting, this dense fog was Yi Yuan's greatest adversary. Forbidden Death Zone was truly not an undeserved reputation. With Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience, he actually could not find the slightest clue after walking for 2 days and nights. But Yi Yuan had a faint supernatural feeling, and that was that he had been walking in circles all along. This was only faintly detected by him while under the heart, like still water realm. It could be seen that if there wasn't extremely high heart realm boundary, even if your cultivation was any higher, there was only waiting for death here. Even if Yi Yuan's heart realm already reached an extremely high level, it also took 2 whole days to have that tiny hint of fuzzy awareness. It could be seen that the fame of this perilous land was truly not a joke. The terror of this forbidden death zone absolutely said all of the predicaments that Yi Yuan had encountered since he revived, because the predicament that he met with this time was something he had no way of resolving even with the knowledge that he carried over from reviving. What people were most terrified of was the unknown. It was no exception to Yi Yuan as well. When all of his knowledge could not be put to use, this was naturally his most difficult time. Even if Yi Yuan faintly had a feeling, he did not know whether his feeling was right or not either. Even if his feeling was correct, Yi Yuan also did not know if he could break through heart realm before his recovery medicinal pills were consumed entirely. Everything was not definite. Yi Yuan did not have the choice right now. He could only go and gamble that his hint of inspiration was not wrong. Of course, this was also just Yi Yuan. If it were other martial artists, even if Zhao Tianyin came personally, he might not have this chance to gamble. No matter how high their cultivation realms were, who could reach the height of Yi Yuan's heart realm boundary? According to Yi Yuan's deduction, if he wanted to see through this dense fog, heart like still water was already inadequate, which was also to say that he had to break through to heart like monolith realm. This heart realm boundary. Even in the divine realm, it was a realm of the legends too. However, Yi Yuan really did not know if his current heart, like still water, had really reached the pinnacle or not. If he really succeeded in breaking through, but did not reach heart like monolith realm, then that would really be fun. All in all, everything was a gamble. Chapter 625. Heart like monolith. immovable by the 8 winds. Chapter 6:25. Heart like monolith, immovable by the 8 winds. Yi Yuan was racing against time. He had to successfully form the Lin character's second hand seal before his medicinal pills were depleted. The difficulty of the first form was already so great, much less than the second form. Furthermore, different from the visualization previously, Yi Yuan had to interrupt the visualization every 2 to 3 days to stop and consume medicinal pills to restore essence energy. Essence energy depleted for a long time would cause irreversible damage to the martial artist's essence energy C, and would cause their cultivation realm to fall. Yi Yuan did not wish to take such a risk. The second hand seal form was a continuation of the first hand seal form. But Yi Yuan's attempt in forming the seal was not that smooth. 2 days said, and Yi Yuan could not even achieve the most minimum seal. What Yi Yuan visualized was only a fuzzy hand seal. There was simply no way of forming the seal. The condensation of a hand seal, even if it were just off by a fraction. The final outcome would also be a failure. But Yi Yuan did not even cross the threshold yet right now. Condensing hand seals like this required him to expend large amounts of essence energy too. This sped up Yi Yuan's essence energy consumption even more. This gray fog did not have the slightest essence energy replenishment. Yi Yuan could only continuously recover his essence energy through medicinal pills. This way, Yi Yuan's medicinal pills expenditure speed clearly hastened considerably. When it reached the 5th day, Yi Yuan's medicinal pills was already depleted by half. At the rate of such consumption speed, Yi Yuan could at most still last for 5 days' time. Experiencing so many great storms and waves, Yi Yuan's heart realm had long become incomparable from the past. Expending these medicinal pills, Yi Yuan did not even blink his eyes. It was as if his medicinal pills were unlimited, and all of his energy was placed on visualizing the Lin character. On the 5th day, Yi Yuan finally had a breakthrough in condensing the hand seal. In these 5 days, Yi Yuan was more focused than any time in the past. The second hand seal of the Lin character that Yi Yuan was visualizing finally became clear. But this was only the beginning. The remainder of the time, Yi Yuan had to strive with all his might to condense this hand seal. This was the most crucial step. Condensing the hand seal was not such an easy process. Every attempt to from it, there was seemingly a kind of invisible energy pus. Plussing his 2 hands apart. Yi Yuan was not baffled by these troubles, because he could clearly sense it now. His heart realm was rising. 1st day, 2nd day, 3rd day. When it reached the 4th day, Yi Yuan finally broke through the barrier and completed the second hand seal. Rumble! Yi Yuan's heart realm seemed to have opened a floodgate, suddenly becoming enlightened. At this instant, Yi Yuan felt like his divine soul was seemingly going to leave his body. That sort of feeling was as if he was placed high in the clouds, completely relaxed and carefree. At this moment, Yi Yuan suddenly felt like the entire world became different. This sort of feeling simply could not be described using words. If one must use a term to describe it, that was viewing the mountain as not a mountain. So, this is heart like monolith, immovable by the 8 winds, indifferent to benefits, decline, ruin, fame, praise, mockery, bitterness, and joy. Heart realm will not be moved by external things. Yi Yuan felt that his understanding of this world transcended far too much compared to previously. This was a brand new realm. Yi Yuan opened both eyes. The dense fog before his eyes was still that dense fog and did not seem to be any different. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and shut his eyes again. Since his eyes could not see through this dense fog, then he should use his heart to look. Yi Yuan strode forward, only following his heart to walk. On the 10th day, When Yi Yuan opened both eyes once more, the dense fog before his eyes actually disappeared. He was actually situated in a forest again. And this is the endless forest? No, wait, could it be the endless forest after the dense fog? Although the scenery almost the same as the endless forest, Yi Yuan discovered very soon the aspects which were different here. That was that the thickness of heaven and earth essence energy was on a completely different level from outside. One could say that the heaven and earth essence energy at any place in the endless world could not compare to here. With Yi Yuan's experience and knowledge, he could still confirm one point, that was that any small world's heaven and earth essence energy could not possibly reach the level here as well. Cultivating here, the speed would absolutely be multiple times of the outside world's. Yi Yuan never would have thought that the endless world actually still had such a place. Yi Yuan slowly walked forward, but was clicking his tongue in marvel inwardly. He did not walk far, but he already saw quite a few kinds of Tier 4 spirit medicines. Furthermore, they were all extremely valuable spirit medicines. This place was simply a treasure land. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous, conveniently keeping those Tier 4 spirit medicines into his bag. Tier 4 spirit medicines, it just nice came in handy for him right now. Tier 4 spirit medicines were also precious items in the outside world. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to cast it away like some worn-out shoes like before. Moreover, as an experienced alchemist, conveniently harvesting spirit medicines was a professional behavior. Yet, right when Yi Yuan was harvesting, alarm bells sounded. A sharp and fierce bolt of silk cloth appeared at his back bizarrely, and was actually going to ambush him. Coming to a foreign place, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to lower his guard. In truth, he had been maintaining heart like still water heart realm all along. Any hint of subtle activity in the surroundings could not escape his observation. Not that Yi Yuan did not wish to stay in heart like monolith heart realm, but he had just broken through not long ago. Walking out of that S of dense fog previously already exhausted too much heart force. He was simply unable to maintain heart like monolith state for a long time. Right at this time, Yi Yuan seemed to have grown eyes at his back, abruptly shifting his position and avoiding this certain kill attack. Yet that bolt of silk was akin to a shadow trailing close behind. It turned an odd angle in the air and came to pester Yi Yuan once more. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart, although he had yet to see clearly who was Ambus. Plus-ing him, he could confirm that the strength of this person, Ambus. Plussing was absolutely not beneath his. But Yi Yuan clearly did not have the intention of giving in. Borrowing the C opened up by the dodging, a sudden punch rumbled over. Flame, movement, true dragon carnage carried a huge air billow and directly blew away the bolt of silk. Yi. From the forest, a faint, puzzled voice came over. The person clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful. After this one blow, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together too, and he murmured under his breath, "Taking form demons?" The so-called taking form demons were naturally referring to the Tier 5 demonic beast, who were able to transform into human form. Demonic beasts that transformed into human form, if they did not take the initiative to release demonic essence, it could not be seen from the outward appearance. They were no different from ordinary humans when they mix among humans and live, but once they executed martial techniques, their true form would be revealed. Although demonic beasts and humans both cultivated essence energy, the system of cultivation was entirely different. Demonic beasts integrated heaven and earth essence energy into the demonic core. The essence energy extracted and refined was known as demonic essence. There was a very big difference from human martial artists essence energy, it was very easy to differentiate. Yi Yuan was secretly depressed in his heart. Couldn't be so lucky, right? Running into a taking form stage demonic beast. Right after coming in, this one has erroneously entered your honorable land. It's truly unintentional. I hope that this Tao friend can show yourself. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said towards a direction. Clearly, through that attack earlier, Yi Yuan had already determined the other party's position. Chapter 626, Repeated Provocation. Chapter 626. Repeated provocation. 3 gorgeous figures floated down from the huge towering tree, making Yi Yuan unable to refrain from giving a sidelong glance. Each one of these 3 people was all kingdom-toppling beauties. Mortals, when seeing, would surely be captivated by them. Even when Yi Yuan saw them, he also did not quite dare to believe that they were actually demonic beasts who achieved taking form. The unparalleled beauty at the front said to Yi Yuan with glaring eyes, "Human who dares to break into my Ji. Oh, prohibited demon region, die?" But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed when he heard that. Coming into here in order to avoid Ding Liang's pursuit, Yi Yuan was aware that he was in the wrong. But yelling to kill right upon encounter made Yi Yuan very displeased. Furthermore, looking at these 3 people's attitudes, it clearly would not be good. Most likely, no matter how he explained, the other party would not listen either, right? Can the 3 ladies listen to a word from this one? Yi Yuan still did not give up hope and held back his anger, and said, he had barged into other people's territory after all. If he could not attack, then it was best to not make a move. Yi Yuan was also secretly on alert in his heart. He ran into 3 taking form demons right after entering. Was his luck good, or were the strength of the demonic beasts here all this formidable? No need to talk. No matter what reason you have, to dare barge into the prohibited demon region only leads to death. I'll give you a chance. End yourself, said the woman. When Yi Yuan heard, his brows involuntarily knitted together even tighter. This woman was beautiful. It was just that high and mighty appearance made Yi Yuan very displeased. Yi Yuan did not have a good temper either. The other party already told him to end himself. Could this matter still be settled? He was just about to fly off the handle when a slightly younger girl revealed an expression of being unable to bear it and urged, "Elder Sister Yulong, maybe this human really has something that he can't say. Why don't we hear him out?" That beautiful girl called Yulong reproached, "What's hard to say? Yushu, did you forget the ancestors' teachings? As long as humans enter the prohibited demon region, summarily execute them without exception." This Humph, although we don't know how he made it through the essence-devouring, confounding fog. Since he entered here, we must follow the ancestors' teachings and kill him. The woman called Yulong was clearly unreasonable, prating on and on about killing, which also stoked Yi Yuan's temper. "Ha ha, what a fine immediate execution, without exception. I want to see just how you want to kill me," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Yulong looked at Yi Yuan disdainfully and said with a cold smile, "Do you think that by evading my attack just now, you can escape with your life from under my hands? You're merely a little brat who just entered Soul Sea. Truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Forget it, since you aren't willing to do it yourself. Then I'll send you on your way." He did not even see Yulong take any action. But bolts of silk actually headed towards Yi Yuan, once again bizarrely, except that this time, regardless whether it was at the angle or speed, it rose a great deal compared to before. Evidently, she also acknowledged Yi Yuan's strength and pulled no punches. Yi Yuan just smiled coldly. Xianying's sword was directly swung out. Myriad rain sword blades. 10,000 long swords instantly formed and directly chopped down on the bolt of silk. now that Yi Yuan broke through to the soul sea realm. Condensing the form of gathered essence was already effortless to him. Executing the myriad rain sword blades, this level of martial technique again, could naturally be done as he wished, and the power of the sword blades increased tremendously too. This could be seen a little from the outer appearance of the condensed form. Clank, clank, clank. The strength of a Tier 5 demon was naturally daunting to the extreme. Although Yi Yuan's myriad rain sword blades was strong, it could not sever Yulong's bolt of silk, but emitted the sounds of metal class. H.I+ing. But even though it could not chop the silk into two, Yi Yuan's myriad rain sword blades beat it back repeatedly. Seeing that the martial technique Yi Yuan casually unleashed was actually so formidable, Yulong's expression finally became solemn. This human youth in front of her seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. She originally thought that Yi Yuan was just an ordinary genius martial artist, the kind that could cross boundaries to battle. But looking at it now, it was completely not the case. She still did not employ full strength earlier, but that attack just now, casually exterminating a 9th-level soul sea martial artist, would still be with ease. Using it to deal with a 1st-level soul sea brat, shouldn't capturing him be also the same? Who knew that this boy was only 1st-level soul sea, but he actually beat her back repeatedly. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "You La-S are so unreasonable. Keep forcing me, and I won't be courteous anymore." This Yulong had merely just entered taking form too. In fact, she was even worse than the Shangguan Yunrong whose cultivation realm had fallen. Yi Yuan dealing with her was still plenty to spare. It was just that Yi Yuan was currently a stranger in a strange place right now, and he did not wish to stir up trouble. Moreover, although these 3 people were demons, they were dazzling beauties. Yi Yuan exercised forbearance time, and again too. Otherwise, this Yulong provoking Yi Yuan repeatedly, Yi Yuan would have killed her long ago. Except Yi Yuan's words sounded laughable to the max to Yulong. She admitted that Yi Yuan's strength was very formidable, much more formidable than she imagined. But to talk about him crossing a major cultivation realm to defeat her, Yulong would not believe even if she was beaten to death either. Insolence, lowly human, to actually dare utter wild ravings. Die! Yulong cried out daintily. The bolt of silk attacked once more. Jade silk flying sword. This time, Yulong really brought out the strength of a Tier 5. That bolt of silk was flooded with extremely powerful demonic essence, stretching out perfectly straight and stabbed towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan decided to give this little La-S a little lesson and let her know that young Master Yi was not to be trifled with. Rumble! Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, directly soaring to 3rd-level soul sea, coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm. Once Yi Yuan became serious, Yulong's expression immediately changed drastically. This palm was too powerful. It was powerful until the extent where it could directly exterminate her. She never could have thought that a 1st-level soul sea youth could actually achieve the level of killing Tier 5 demons. What kind of concept was this? Tier 5 taking form was called demon race, while Tier 4 and below were called demonic beasts. From this, it could be seen how great the disparity between the 2 boundaries was. This was a mighty chasm that was difficult to cross. Yet, this youth before her eyes directly crossed this huge chasm. Strong. Too strong. The azure dragon struck the bolt of silk until it fragmented inch by inch like breaking a dead branch from a tree, then swept over directly towards Yulong. "Ah, don't hurt elder sister, Yulong." That girlie called Yu Shu actually blocked directly in front of Yulong, wanting to block this blow for her. Yi Yuan was also taken aback by this sudden unforeseen change, and hurriedly flipped the palm force. The azure dragon headed for Ama's civ tree that 10 people could circle around with their arms and smashed over. Rumble! That towering great tree's trunk was directly snapped. The huge tree fell down immediately. Seeing this scene, Yulong had long been frightened until her face was ashen already. How was there still any hint of the high and mighty wild arrogance? If this palm landed on her earlier, it was not to the extent of killing her. But severe injuries, that was a must. How could she know that this was still Yi Yuan holding back a bit? Or else, she would directly be the outcome of a beauty Paris. Plusing. It was also that little girl called Yu Shu helped Yi Yuan say a few words previously and made Yi Yuan have a pretty good impression of her. That was why he changed the direction of the attack at the last moment. If not, he would have to make that little S called Yulong end up with a result of severe injuries, no matter what. The dragon race, Yulong said somewhat disbelievingly. Chapter 627, Jade-Faced Fairy Fox Clan. Chapter 627, Jade-Faced Fairy Fox Clan. Yulong still had a lingering fear in her heart at the moment. She looked at Yi Yuan, her face filled with astonishment. But Yushu had a muddled look. Her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with gratitude. She knew that Yi Yuan plus feeded the palm force just now. Otherwise, she would already be a corpse now. Elder Sister Yulong, what did you say just now? Dragon race? Yushu inquired curiously. Since just now, Yulong had been in a state of shock all along. All the way until Yushu inquired, did she come back to her senses? There was no way for her sense to be wrong. Yi Yuan's attack just now was absolutely the strength of a true dragon. But how could a human brat possibly unleash the strength of a true dragon? The demon race had a strict hierarchy. The 4 great divine beasts were the races belonging at the top of the food chain. In front of the dragon race, low-ranking demonic beasts would not even dare to raise their heads either, even if their cultivation realm was higher than the demonic races. Just like White Light, no matter where he walked to in the endless forest, he virtually did not need to attack, and myriad beasts would submit. The reason was the divine beast bloodline in his body. In the demon race, the compulsion of bloodline was at times even more effective than cultivation realm. See, can't be wrong. I'd entered the Holy Land once before with First Elder and felt the pressure of the dragon race before. It was exactly the same as his earlier. But he's just a human race brat. How can he possibly be of the dragon race? Yulong already lost her bearings at this time, muttering under her breath. Yushu looked at Yi Yuan weirdly and asked, Big brother, you're actually of the dragon race? If you're of the dragon race, you naturally have the qualifications to enter the prohibited demon region. Yi Yuan's impressive of Yushu was pretty good, and she was not as cold and apathetic as Yulong, or else he would not have held back earlier. Seeing Yushu asking about it, Yi Yuan said very candidly, to say that I'm of the dragon race, that's fine. To say that I'm not, that works too. As for what it's like, up to you all to decide. But if you want to kill me, I won't show mercy. Among these 3 people, Yulong was the out-and-out female leader. How the matter would be decided naturally needed her to give the order. After being shocked for a long time, Yulong finally came back to her senses and said to Yi Yuan, This brother, your matter, Yulong is unable to make the decision. The incident just now, I've offended you greatly. I hope that you won't take offense. According to the rules of my prohibited demon region, humans are absolutely forbidden from taking a single step in. And you entering here, the elders in the clan are already aware. As for what course to follow, it will still have to wait for them to decide. Why not? Little brother, you follow us back to the clan? Seeing Yi Yuan's show of strength earlier, she knew that she was far from being Yi Yuan's match. Just now, if not for Yi Yuan showing leniency, how could she still be alive at this time? But the matter of Yi Yuan entering the G.O.D. prohibited demon region, the elders in the clan naturally knew already. Hence, that was why Yulong gave such an invitation. Yi Yuan was also very interested in this so-called G.O.D. prohibited demon region. He nodded his head at once and said, "Okay, I'll follow you guys there." The atmosphere along the way was very odd. Yulong was apprehensive and also on guard against Yi Yuan. Her entire person was wound up tightly, akin to facing a great enemy. Yi Yuan obviously knew her thoughts, but paid no attention to it either. Rather, Yushu seemed to be filled with curiosity towards the outside world stuff, constantly asking this and that along the way. Yi Yuan did not refuse anything either, giving an account of the world outside for Yushu. Yulong wanted to interrupt the conversation between the two people several times, but was stopped by Yi Yuan's fierce look in his eyes. Only after entering Yulong Trio Sisters clan did Yi Yuan know what the three people's primary form was. Upon entering the clan, Yi Yuan was immediately surrounded by a large group of foxes. Towards this sort of foxes, Yi Yuan was not foreign at all. Their name was Jade-Faced Fairy Foxes. Elder Sister Yulong, who's this man? He's so good-looking. Elder Sister Yulong, this man seems to be a human? According to the stipulations of our G.O.D. prohibited demon region. Doesn't it say that when seeing humans, immediately execute them? But such a handsome man, killing is too much of a pity. Elder Sister Yulong, this man is so handsome. Why don't you give him to me? These jade-faced fairy foxes had yet to take human form, but they were basically all Tier 4 demonic beasts, not far from taking form either. Seeing these jade-faced fairy foxes, Yi Yuan was amazed in his heart too. Wasn't the strength of this jade-faced fairy fox clan too powerful? A group of little foxes that came out W.I.L.L. Nilly were all late-stage Tier 4 cultivation, being just a step away from taking form. Yi Yuan's experience and knowledge were extraordinary. He knew that these jade-faced fairy foxes' age was not considered old in the demonic fox clan. Looking at it like this, the strength of this jade-faced fairy fox clan was likely more powerful compared to the entire endless world. This way, Yi Yuan became somewhat curious about those so-called elders. Just what kind of strength were those people? There's no problem with you all liking Big Brother. But come and find Big Brother again after taking form. You guys are too tender and can't bear it. Yi Yuan used universal beast language and said with a broad smile. Once these words came out, everybody, including Yulong and Yushu, was all stunned. Turns out that these demon foxes only saw that Yi Yuan was good-looking and jested with Yulong. They completely did not count on Yi Yuan being able to understand, who knew that not only did Yi Yuan understand the words they said, he even used universal beast language to give a reply. The chattering originally surrounding Yi Yuan were collectively petrified now. A blush actually suffused on the faces of some foxes. Clearly, they were very embarrassed. As said, You actually even know the universal beast language. Yulong said in amazement. Just universal beast language. Ho, I even know that you guys are the jade-faced fairy fox clan. Yi Yuan said with a wide grin. Yulong was utterly speechless. Apart from this young man giving off the smell of a human all over his body, he seemed to be no different from demonic beasts. The fox race had many branches. Their jade-faced fairy fox was just one of the branch. Yi Yuan could actually accurately call out the name of their clan. Clearly, he was very familiar with the demon race. Just what kind of person was this young man? Yi Yuan naturally would not be concerned with Yulong's and their guesses. He was sizing up this village. This was a very lively village. Foxes and people mixed around and lived together. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that in this village there were actually quite a number of humans, which was also to say that the jade-faced fairy fox clan had many tier 5 existences. What the I was going on here? In a place like the endless world, how could there possibly be such a terrifying force? Once this village was placed in the endless world, it could virtually sweep across the entire endless world, even more neatly than the fear scale world. Even these peripheral villagers all had such considerable strength. Then what kind of strength did those so-called elders have? Yi Yuan was becoming more and more curious about this prohibited demon region. Under Yulong's lead, Yi Yuan Pa S said through over half of the village and came to an ancestral hall-like place. Here is where the elders are located at. I know that your strength is very decent, but entering this place, whether you live or die, will be up to you. Before entering, Yulong suddenly said this, warning him. Chapter 628, Illusionary Arts? Ha. Chapter 628, Illusionary Arts? Ha. Yi Yuan never thought about escaping, and he also knew that he could not run. Yulong, these three people clearly came prepared. Evidently, they had long known about his appearance. Although Yi Yuan did not know how this jade-faced fairy fox clan knew, without any doubt, they just knew it. Yulong Trio's strength was not bad, but presumably they were definitely not considered the most powerful. Once those old fellows came out, Yi Yuan naturally would not get any benefits. Even if Yi Yuan could escape back to the Endless Forest, at that time, he still had to face Ding Liang's pursuit. In comparison, Yi Yuan felt that this place was still a little safer. Yulong led Yi Yuan into the inner hall. Yi Yuan instantly felt waves of powerful aura coming from head-on. Yi Yuan was slightly apprehensive in his heart. He never would have thought that in this prohibited demon region actually had a tier 6 demon. The aura exuded by that old lady at the seat of honor was unbelievably powerful. It was even stronger than Zhao Tiannin's. What could it be if not a tier 6 demon? But according to Yi Yuan's understanding, this prohibited demon region was just a core region in the Endless Forest and also a part of the Endless World. How could tier 6 powerhouses possibly appear? Yulong, this is the intruder? That old woman was the first to speak. When Yulong saw this old woman, her expression was unbelievably respectful as she bowed and answered, "Yes, old ancestor Yu Huan." Yi Yuan had been sizing up that old ancestor, Yu Huan, the entire time, only to see that her entire face was covered in wrinkles, holding a cane with a bent body, appearing very old. But the aura faintly exuding from her body was absolutely not simple. Yu Huan's gaze also looked towards Yi Yuan at this time, but she made a move suddenly. She lightly tapped the crutch in her hand. A streak of incomparably powerful azure light attacked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression darkened slightly, lifting his hand, and the coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm, returned the salute. Bang! Yi Yuan was directly sent flying out. The power of a tier 6 powerhouses was not what Yi Yuan could contend with no matter what. This attack of Yu Huan's was just probing Yi Yuan's limits. If she really attacked, Yi Yuan would not have the leeway to resist at all. It was just that Yu Huan's face revealed a trace of imperceptible astonishment. She originally thought that this attack could also let Yi Yuan suffer a bit of injury no matter what. Who knew that Yi Yuan dusted off the dirt on his body and stood up right away. If old ancestor Yu Huan wishes to feel me out, just say, frankly, isn't such boorishness failing to treat guests with hospitality? Yi Yuan said crossly. Yu Huan was definitely already aware that He had the dragon race's bloodline. Otherwise, she would have killed him straight away and be done with it. That move earlier was definitely just in order to probe Yi Yuan out. Yi Yuan was aware in heart, so his opening move was the coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm's strongest strike. He already sensed that this prohibited demon region seemed to be very adverse towards humans. Yi Yuan displaying his own dragon race bloodline, Yu Huan was likely to not do anything to him. If she had any malicious ideas towards him, she would have just directly killed him just now. Why was there a need to go through the trouble of probing him? Yu Huan raised her eyelids slightly and asked, "You refined the blood essence of a true dragon?" Yi Yuan knew that it could not be concealed from the other party, and said with a smile, "Senior's discerning eyes are like burning torches." Getting an affirmative reply, Yu Huan's aura suddenly became fierce as she pressed, "Yi Yuan, where did your true dragon's blood essence come from?" Senior, please forgive me. This isn't convenient to reveal to Senior. Vast heaven pag. There was Yi Yuan's secret. It was naturally impossible for him to divulge it to Yu Huan, such an unparalleled treasure. Even Tier 6 powerhouses would be moved too. Yi Yuan was not acquainted with this Yu Huan too. It was hard to guarantee that she would not have any wicked intentions. Facing a Tier 6 expert, Yi Yuan did not have any excess strength to resist. But Yi Yuan's words had clearly infuriated Yu Huan. She suddenly became abnormally irritable. A powerful aura enveloped Yi Yuan. "You don't seem to have realized your stances. Whether you say or not isn't up to you," Yu Huan said coldly. Yi Yuan was crushed until he almost could not breathe. But he still said obstinately, "Whether you kill or not is up to you. But to say or not lies with me. I don't wish to say. Even if you kill me, I won't say either." Yu Huan's expression turned cold. The imposing momentum on her body became even more powerful. The pressure on Yi Yuan's body became increasingly greater, directly cruce. Plussing him until his bones made creaking sounds. This sort of environment, Yi Yuan seemed to have a déjà vu. It was exactly the same as when Zhao Tianyin forced him to kneel down back then, except Yu Huan did not have the intention of making Yi Yuan kneel. She just used essence energy to pressure him to compel him to say the origins of the dragon blood. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth tightly. Dense beads of sweat exuded on his forehead, and his expression became very contorted. Clearly, he was in great agony. By the side, when Yu Shu saw Yi Yuan's pained appearance, she pleaded, "Old ancestor Yu Huan, he doesn't have any ill intentions. Better to not kill him." Earlier, if not for this big brother showing mercy, Yu Shu would already be a dead person. Yi Yuan suddenly felt the pressure on his body ease up. The essence energy confining him instantly vanished into nothing. Evidently, it was pulled back by Yu Huan. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Shu and said with a miserable smile, "Little La S, you're too kind-hearted, helping to speak up for outsiders. Aren't you afraid of your family's old granny poonies?" I plussing you? When Yu Shu saw Yu Huan pull back the essence energy, she relaxed slightly in her heart. Seeing Yi Yuan ask, Yu Shu blushed red and said shyly, "I'm just taking the matter on its merits." Earlier, if not for Big Brother you showing leniency, Yu Shu would definitely be dead already. This shows that, Big Brother, you're not a bad person. Actually, in terms of age, Yu Shu was goodness knows how much older than Yi Yuan. But her calling Big Brother over and over again, Yi Yuan's bones were about to turn limp as he listened. Yi Yuan was just about to say a few words to tease Yu Shu when he suddenly felt his divine soul quiver. He was actually sneak attacked by Yu Huan, this old woman. "Let me ask you, what's your name called? Where are you from?" Yu Huan seemed to think that she had controlled Yi Yuan and asked, "I'm called Yi Yuan. I'm from a mortal country in the endless world's southern domain." Yi Yuan's two eyes were lifeless, as if he was really controlled by Yu Huan, as he replied, "Haha, the jade-faced fairy fox clan's forte is illusionary arts. But using it on me is showing off in the presence of an expert. Little lord, I have comprehended heart like monolith heart realm. Even if your illusionary arts were any greater, what can it do to me?" Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Yu Huan's brows knitted. She clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's background was actually so ordinary and mundane. "Why did you barge into the prohibited demon region?" "I was being hunted down by someone in the outside world, and had no choice but to escape in here." "How did you pass through the essence-devouring, confounding fog?" I don't know either. I just walked, and I came out." "Where did the true dragon blood essence in your body come from?" "I unintentionally broke into an abode for fairies and immortals and obtained a drop of blood essence there and directly swallowed it. Didn't expect that it was actually true dragon's blood essence." Yi Yuan blabbered nonsense. Yu Huan's brows furrowed once more. Clearly, she was very unsatisfied with this answer. Following that, Yu Huan asked another large bunch of questions and finally got to the bottom of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan answered every question like this, but there weren't much truthful words. Either way, this old lady could not tell either. By the time Yu Huan discovered that she could not query out anything, she waved a hand. Yi Yuan's eyes immediately recovered its clarity. "And what happened just now? What happened?" Yi Yuan asked with a bewildered look. Chapter 629, Young Lord. Chapter 629. Young Lord, although you refined dragon's blood and are considered half of the dragon race, in the end, you're still a human. The prohibited demon region forbids humans from stepping foot inside. Your death sentence can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. For the rest of your life, you'll spend it in my clan's dungeons." Yu Huan did not care about Yi Yuan's performance at all, and was actually going to directly imprison Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was dejected in his heart. He already acted until like this. Why didn't this old woman have any bit of cyanate heart at all? This old woman asking this. And that wasn't it because she wished to find the whereabouts of dragon blood? But Yi Yuan really did not lie. The dragon blood really only had one drop. "Hey, you, this old lady, are so unreasonable. I've already explained it. Why are you still like this?" Yi Yuan said gloomily, "Humph, you should be rejoicing that you landed in the hands of our jade-faced fairy fox clan. If you showed up in the territories of the black-wind demonic wolves, they'll definitely kill you straight away. Then refine your bloodline." Yu Huan said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was covered in guseb. MPS by what she said. But he also knew that what Yu Huan said was true. The jade-faced fairy fox clan was still a little amiable in the end. But the black-wind demonic wolves were different. Although the hierarchy in the demon race was very strict, it was hard to break free from the natural instincts of demonic beasts in the end. Even though Yi Yuan already refined the true dragon blood essence, and there was no way for other people to use it anymore, as long as one refined Yi Yuan's bloodline, they could likewise obtain a high-concentration level dragon race bloodline. Even if such a bloodline could not compare to genuine true dragon blood essence, the black-wind demonic wolves would not care so much. One had to know that the dragon race's bloodline was incomparably precious. It had tremendous usage to all of the demon races. Yu Huan expended such great effort was in order to find the whereabouts of dragon blood. But Yi Yuan's reply made her very disappointed. Through Yu Huan's words, Yi Yuan even discerned a little of something. Seems like this prohibited demon region was not some otherworldly paradise either. When Yu Huan mentioned the Black-Wind Demonic Wolves clan, in her words evidently carried thick fear and hatred. These two clans were probably not that harmonious. Right at this time, a little white fox hurriedly entered the main hall and said anxiously, Old ancestor, things are bad. Young lord, she's on her last legs already. When these words came out, Yu Lung and Yu Shu, they all turned pale with fear. Yu Huan's expression changed drastically to vanish. Plussing like a gust of wind. She actually did not even bother with Yi Yuan anymore. Yi Yuan noticed that when they heard this news, Yu Lung's entire person became unwell, slumping onto the ground dejectedly, her entire person battered out of her senses. She gnashed her teeth at times, but was downcast at times. The expression on her face became very fascinating. Yi Yuan could not help becoming curious and asked Yu Shu softly, Little sister Yu Shu, that young lord of yours, what's wrong? Yu Shu started crying all along since earlier. At this time, she already cried until she was covered in tears. The rims of her eyes were already red from crying. Seeing Yi Yuan question, Yu Shu choked through sobs and said, Young lord, she was wounded by Wolf Fang in order to protect us. It's all us failing to live up to expectations. If our strength were slightly stronger, young lord also wouldn't have. But Yi Yuan also figured out a general idea through Yu Shu's words. Turns out that this region, the jade-faced fairy foxes, was called Azure Mountain region. And the strongest clan in this Azure Mountain region was this Black-Wind Demonic Wolves clan. In comparison, the jade-faced fairy fox clan was weaker. The Black-Wind Demonic Wolves clan frequently bullied weak races like them, making them offer resources in tribute. Some time back, the Black-Wind Demonic Wolves clan's young lord, Wolf Fang, brought a large group of people to the jade-faced fairy fox clan. They actually wanted them to offer up a taking form stage jade-faced fairy fox every year to become the other party's concubine. Furthermore, Wolf Fang wanted to bring one away on the spot. The jade-faced fairy fox clan's young lord was naturally unwilling to agree. Hence, a clash happened between both sides. As a result, Wolf Fang beat the jade-faced fairy fox clan's young lord to serious injuries. Earlier, when that little fox came over, it was clearly because their young lord's wounds worsened. Looks like her days were numbered. When Yi Yuan heard the incident's whole story, he could not help sighing too. The demon race was actually even crueler than the human race. It had always been the weak as prey, and the strong feasting. Whoever's fist was larger, they would be the boss. The jade-faced fairy fox clan was merely just a bunch of small foxes that the Black-Wind Demonic Wolves clan were rearing in pens. Oh, right, your family's old ancestor is a Tier 6 powerhouse. How could she have let that whatever Wolf Fang come and mess around? Yi Yuan said curiously. Yu Shu wept and said, at that time, old ancestor just happened to be in life and death seclusion. So she didn't know about this incident. Wolf Fang definitely knew that old ancestor was in closed seclusion. That's why he chose that opportune moment to come. Otherwise, old ancestor won't let anything happen to young lord. Only then was Yi Yuan enlightened. Looks like they totally calculated this chance accurately and came. But Yi Yuan was secretly surprised too. The jade-faced fairy fox clan had a Tier 6 old ancestor holding down the fort. Then, how formidable did the Black-Wind Demonic Wolves clan have to be? At the very least, they also had to have a Tier 6 old ancestor holding down the fort, right? Yi Yuan patted Yu Shu's lovely shoulder and said smilingly, all right, don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty anymore. How about this? You bring me over to your young lord's place. I'll have a look whether I can save her or not, all right? Yushu's tears finally turned into a smile when she heard. Grabbing hold of Yi Yuan's arm, she asked agitatedly, "Really? Big brother Yi Yuan, you can really save young lord?" Yushu's little hand was very soft. Yi Yuan felt a fragrance hit his nose, enjoying it very much. "About that, I don't dare to guarantee either, but it should be doable," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Who knew that at this time? Yulong stood up with a jump and pressed, "Yi Yuan, you're really able to save young lord?" Yi Yuan was taken aback by Yulong's actions. He did not expect that her reaction would be so big, but he still nodded and said, "As long as she hasn't died, there's always the chance to save her." But you still have to let me see her first before it can be done." Yulong's eyes glared, and she said, "If you dare to deceive you, I'll definitely kill you personally." Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that, and was just about to fly off the handle, but he was stopped by Yushu. "Big brother, Yi Yuan, you don't get angry. Elder sister Yulong is only like this because she's agitated for a moment. The last time Wolf Fong came here, the person he chose was precisely elder sister Yulong. So she blames herself more than any one of us. Actually, elder sister Yulong wasn't like this last time. Ever since young lord met with the mishap, her entire personality changed. She cultivates day and night because she wants to increase her strength." Yushu explained. Yulong shot a glare at Yushu and reprimanded, "What are you telling him that for?" Yushu stuck out her tongue and lowered her head, not daring to rebut. Yi Yuan originally disliked Yulong a lot, but hearing Yushu's words, he forgave Yulong. Anyone who encountered such a thing, their temperament would change greatly too. Hearing them say so much, Yi Yuan unwittingly somewhat took pity on the jade-faced fairy fox clan. Yi Yuan nodded his head at Yulong and said, "Fine then. I promise you all to definitely save your young lord. I don't believe that in this world there are still people that Yi Yuan can't bring back to life. No, it should be demon." Chapter 630. Bringing Back from the Dead. Chapter 630. Bringing back from the dead, Yi Yuan entered a shabby thatched house. Mournful weeping sounds came from inside. "Make way, quickly make way. That little fox hasn't died yet. What are each one of you wailing like it's a funeral for?" Yi Yuan raised a hue upon entering the house. Yi Yuan parted the crowd and saw a snow-white little fox lying on the bed. It was just that the fox's fur was stained with a fair bit of blackish-red colors. Clearly, it suffered very heavy injuries. That little fox was severely wounded and on the verge of death at this time. Clearly, it was already unable to maintain human form and transformed back to its original body's appearance. Yu Huan was currently sitting by the bedside. Seeing Yi Yuan shouting and wrangling, her brows involuntarily furrowed. Exioner is already on her deathbed. You shouting and wrangling like this, are you tired of living? If not that she was holding Yu Exion in her hands and was inconvenient to get angry, she would probably have killed Yi Yuan directly already at this time. Yi Yuan shot a glance at Yu Huan and said unhappily, "Old lady, if you don't wish to let her die, then move aside obediently for me. I'll give you 3 breaths' time to consider. If you don't move aside, then I'll wash my hands off this and leave." When Yu Huan saw Yi Yuan's appearance, she could not help being stunned too. She did not think that Yi Yuan was so domineering and did not give her the chance to speak at all. Her facial expression flickered irregularly, but Yi Yuan already started to count down. 3 breaths. 2 breaths. When Yu Shu saw that Yu Huan was still hesitating, she could not refrain from saying anxiously, "Old ancestor Yu Huan, let big brother Yi Yuan give it a try." 1 breath. Wait, Yu Huan finally spoke. She put down that little fox gently and came in front of Yi Yuan, saying fiercely, "If I find out that you're fooling me, I'll make you wish you were dead." Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with her. He directly circled around Yu Huan and came in front of the bed to inspect that little fox's wounds. He suddenly turned his head around and said, "What are you looking at? Why haven't you brought them to scram outside? Don't stand here and hinder me. Let Yushu stay behind. The rest all get lost." Yu Huan wanted to flare up, but she forcefully held it in and said to everyone, "All go outside for me." Although she went out as well, Yu Huan was very displeased with Yi Yuan. This brat actually dared to tell her to get lost. Truly tired of living. If he could really save Exiner, it could naturally be settled. If he could not save, then he would have to suffer her thunderous rage. Old ancestor, wasn't that person just now human? He can treat young lord's injuries? Yeah, old ancestor. How can a human martial artist possibly treat our demon race's injuries? Furthermore, young lord's injuries, even you yourself personally taking action, are helpless too. Old ancestor, in my view, that human definitely doesn't have good intentions. He knows that he can't live already, so he's deliberately here to cause trouble. Everyone's tongues were wagging. All in all, they all did not believe that Yi Yuan could treat Uxion's injuries. The demon race's alchemy skills and human race's alchemy skills were two entirely different systems. Extremely few human alchemists knew the treatment of the demon race. This human race youth was at most just in his teenage years. How could he possibly know the demon race's treatment ways? Moreover, after Uxion suffered injuries, old ancestor Yu Huan used many methods before she could sustain her life until now. The shamans in the clan already used all of their power and were all unable to preserve Uxion's life. Just based on this human who came from G. Oh, D knows where. Was it possible? Actually, how could Yu Huan not know this logic? It was just that Uxion was her only granddaughter. Looking helplessly as she was going to breathe her last, the agony in Yu Huan's heart was simply hard to describe. Hence, though Yi Yuan's words earlier were unbridled, it gave her the last strand of straw to clutch at. "All shut up for me." Yu Huan's mind was also in a whirl right now, and could not refrain from blowing her top. "Ah, young lord!" Yushu suddenly exclaimed with a cry. The moment Yu Huan heard this voice, her expression involuntarily changed drastically. "Boy, I'll kill you." Yu Huan rushed straight into the thatched house, bringing a pressure that made people feel asphyxiated. Yet once she entered, her entire person was paralyzed there. A jade-like beauty was lying on the bed. That frail little fox was already gone. Who could that beauty be if not Uxion? To be able to take human form indicated that Uxion already recovered some vitality. "Who do you want to kill?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Yu Huan could not help choking up. That outrageously imposing momentum on her body instantly dissipated away into nothing. What replaced it was incomparable awkwardness on her face. She did not even figure out the situation and was going to kill people. It would be weird if Yi Yuan would be happy. Actually, in her subconscious, Yu Huan did not think that Yi Yuan had the capabilities to treat Uxion either. So when Yushu cried out just now, she instinctively thought that something happened. Who knew that Yushu's exclamation earlier was because she felt that it was too unimaginable. "You this old granny. Don't yell about killing at every turn, all right? If you have the capabilities, you go and find that whatever black-wind demonic wolf's old ancestor to throw your weight around. Is it interesting to play this with a junior like me?" Yi Yuan put away the gold needle in his hands and said huffily, "This set of golden needles was swiped from Ren Xingchuan there, although it did not quite meet the requirement. It was also barely sable to use. What he employed to treat Yu Xian was precisely his self-created 72 cycle path needling technique. Now, Yi Yuan's strength could no longer be compared to the past. Executing this set of needle technique again, it truly had abilities that even DS and devils could not predict. Being scolded by Yi Yuan like this, Yu Huan actually had nothing to say in response. Yi Yuan's words were COARSE, but the logic was not. How could she dare to find the black-winged demonic wolf's old ancestor to go and throw her weight around? What difference was there from courting death? You treated Xian. Yu Huan was still worried about Yu Xian's safety, so she could only toughen her scalp and asked, "Treated? How can it be that easy? Not that I'm lecturing you, but what kind of messed up fellows are the shamans in your clan? Your young lord was already injured until like this, and they actually still used Nishang fruit to extend her life. Isn't this quenching a thirst with poison? Do you understand the logic of frailness can't withstand nourishment or not? Although this thing is very Nori's. Plussing, it's no different from poison to this young lord of yours. Really messing around." Yi Yuan fired a volley of scolding to her face. He diagnosed for Yu Xian earlier and discovered that this bunch of people, in order to extend her life, they used every kind of Originally, her injuries could still drag for a while. But Nishang fruit, this kind of great tonic, nearly took Yu Xian's life directly. Yu Huan was very concerned about Yu Xian's injuries at this time, but did not dare to raise her voice at Yi Yuan. She could only keep her cool and ask, "Xian or she?" Yi Yuan glanced at Yu Huan and said coolly, "The person is fine for the time being, but to want to recover to her peak condition, it still needs to work with medicinal pills. This is an inventory list of materials. Collect fully within 10 days for me. Additionally, arrange for me a quiet place. I need to enter closed seclusion. 10 days later, I'll come and refine the medicinal pills." Although the 72 cycle path needling technique was incomparably profound, it could not fully replace medicinal pills. For ordinary injuries and ailments, Yi Yuan could completely treat using the needle technique. But if the injuries were too severe, it was impossible to recover without the assistance of medicinal pills. This Yu Xian already had 1 foot into the gates of previously already. Yi Yuan, using the needle technique, naturally had no way of letting her recover. It could only let her slightly recover some vitality. To want to recover fully, medicinal pills must be used. Chapter 631, 4 Symbols Phantoms. Chapter 631, 4 Symbols Phantoms. The medicinal pill that Yi Yuan wanted to refine was named Skunda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill, a Tier 5 low-grade demonic pill. Without any doubt, this kind of medicinal pill that Yi Yuan wanted to refine needed to expend a considerable price. The refining difficulty of Tier 5 medicinal pills was on completely different levels from the medicinal pills he refined in the past. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's pill formulas, which one was easy to refine. Actually, Yi Yuan did not have any connections with Yu Xian, but Yi Yuan finally still decided to help her refine the Skunda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill. Just as Yu Huan said, this jade-faced fairy fox clan was indeed good-natured. If it were some other demon race, it probably would not be that easy for him to want to go through such ordeal. Furthermore, for Yi Yuan to want to survive in this prohibited demon region, he had to attach to a faction. Otherwise, with his human race ident, he would really become a rat running across the streets that everyone cries out to kill. It was also uncertain what kind of existence this prohibited demon region was. There were actually Tier 6 powerhouses in here. Moreover, looking at the current circumstances, Tier 6 experts were bound to not be as simple as just one or two. With many considerations, Yi Yuan still decided to refine the Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill. Of course, in this still had Yu Shu, that innocent little S's contribution. After Yi Yuan went into closed seclusion, he refined the Tier 4 cultivation medicinal pills, Heavenly Sea Essence Increasing Pill. Along the way, Yi Yuan really stored up quite a bit of Tier 4 spirit medicines. Relying on the resources at hand, refining some Heavenly Sea Essence Increasing pills were more than sufficient. Yi Yuan planned on making use of this 10 days' time to impact the second-level Soul Sea. Although his essence energy was much thicker compared to ordinary martial artists right now to want to refine Tier 5 medicinal pills, it was still somewhat struggling to make ends meet. To be able to increase a bit was a bit. After 10 days, under the assistance of the Heavenly Sea Essence Increasing pills, Yi Yuan broke through to the second-level Soul Sea in one stroke. Right then, the spirit medicine inventory Yi Yuan wanted had arrived too. It was delivered personally by Yu Huan. These are all Tier 5 spirit medicines. You can refine medicinal pills? Yu Huan said doubtfully. If you don't believe me, you can take them away. Do you think that I want to refine medicinal pills for you all? Yi Yuan replied unreservedly. Yu Huan could not help choking up when she heard that. As the jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's old ancestor, when had anybody dared to speak this way to her before? Yet this brat in front of her, his temper was unusually bad. As luck would have it, she still had the need for his help and could not do anything to him. The gloominess in Yu Huan's heart could only be imagined. All right then, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. If you can really treat Xioner, you'll be our jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's honored guest. Whatever request you have, just state them. Yu Huan compromised. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I don't have other requests. You just don't imprison me in the dungeons for the rest of my life will do. Yu Huan was embarrassed, as said again. She discovered that she forever could not gain any advantage in front of Yi Yuan, so she could only leave. Yi Yuan kept the spirit medicines and entered close seclusion again. Yi Yuan took out the square cauldron, got everything ready, and started to prepare to refine the Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill. But before this, Yi Yuan let Xiao Ruyan and Rindong out. Towards his disciples, Yi Yuan would never road. His serious attitude towards refining pills, there was a need for them to experience it. It was beneficial to their growth. I'm going to refine a Tier 5 medicinal pills, Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill. You guys watch closely, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Xiao Ruyan and Rundong exchanged a glance and were shocked to their core. Wasn't their master too monstrous? Just initial stage alchemy king realm, and he was going to refine a Tier 5 medicinal pill? Yi Yuan did not explain too much and started to refine the pills straight away. Xiao Ruyan and Rundong did not dare to delay, staring at Yi Yuan without moving their gazes. 4 symbols spirit gathering art, activate. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and cried out lightly. Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, displaying this alchemy skill seen again after a long absence. This 4 symbols spirit gathering art was not considered a very profound alchemy skill to Yi Yuan. But to the current him, the strain was still quite big. If not for Yi Yuan refining dragon's blood and the blood vitality of his physical body being exuberant, he might not even be able to hang in there. Even so, Yi Yuan did not dare to spurn it the slightest bit either. Refining Tier 5 medicinal pills with his current cultivation realm, he must pull out all stops. When Yi Yuan was at the sea transformation realm, It was actually very awkward because he had no way of crossing realms to refine tier 4 medicinal pills. Because after breaking through to the C transformation realm, soul force did not increase much. Refining tier 4 medicinal pills were actually equivalent to crossing 2 major cultivation realms to refine. This was simply impossible. But in the wake of his cultivation, realm breaking through to the soul C realm and transcending the soul tribulation, his divine soul already had a qualitative leap. Even though Yi Yuan's current soul force was only peak initial stage alchemy king realm, it was much thicker compared to normal people. Adding in his unpredictable alchemy skills, could it be possible to transform the rotten into something magical, refining a tier 5 medicinal pill? Under the astonished gazes of the two disciples, the originally incohesive medicinal embryo gradually condensed and formed. Master, this is simply G. Oh, do you like alchemy skills? When I was in the Shao family before, I always thought that I was very incredible already. Only now do I know that I haven't even learned the rudiments. Xiao Ruyan did not dare to interrupt Yi Yuan and transmitted her voice to Ren Dong. Ren Dong nodded and said, "Simply a marvelous work of art. I truly have no way of imagining that alchemy skills can actually be trained to such a realm. I feel that with my natural endowments, cultivating for another 1,000 years, and I won't reach master's level either. Actually, we don't need to belittle our capabilities either. With master's alchemy skills, him willingly taking us in itself already indicated many problems. Maybe we won't reach his realm in our entire lives. But compared to other alchemists, we're already much stronger," Xiao Ruyan said. "And that's true. This period of time following master, my alchemy skills already advanced with Astonies. Plussing progress. I even have a feeling that I absolutely won't be worse than grandfather when refining quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills now." Ren Xingchuan followed Ren Xingchuan to refine pills since young and had a clear understanding of Ren Xingchuan's standards. He could already cultivate a tier 2 alchemy skill to the legendary realm right now. His foundation skills were G. Oh, D knows how many times more solid than before. Quant. 1. Tative change to qualitative change. Ren Dong's present alchemy skills already could not be compared to in the past already. Although he was still a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, now he was already on a completely different level from before. That. Xiao Ruyan suddenly saw something and nearly exclaimed in shock. Luckily, Ren Dong reacted fast and hurriedly used his hand to cover her mouth. "Senior apprentice sister, do you want to die?" Master's pill refinement reached the most critical time. "You yelling out like this, he'll kill you." Ren Dong's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he transmitted his voice. Actually, the shock in his heart was not any bit lesser than Xiao Ruyan's. It was just that he did not jump and freak out like Xiao Ruyan. Only when Xiao Ruyan looked at Ren Dong and nodded her head to signal that she got it, did Ren Dong loosen his hand. Those were for Symbol's phantoms. Master, he actually brought out 4 Symbol's phantoms when he's refining pills. Xiao Ruyan said, not daring to believe it. At this time, on the 4 bearings of the square cauldron, 4 faint phantoms were currently slowly forming. These 4 phantoms were none other than precisely the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xianwu, the 4 divine beasts. And among them, the Azure Dragon Phantom was the most distinct. Chapter 632, Tier 5 Transcendent Grade. Chapter 632, Tier 5 Transcendent Grade. The 4 symbols were the spirits of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan being able to condense the 4 symbols phantoms when refining medicinal pills indicated that he produced some sort of resonance with heaven and earth. Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong were both not rookies. They were naturally aware of how profound a level condensing the 4 symbols phantoms represented. Although the four symbols spirit gathering, art's nomenclature, was the four symbols, barely any people who could coalesce the four symbols phantoms could be found in the entire divine realm too. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly brought out the profound water flag. Profound spirit 9 aperture formation. Form. Yi Yuan's hands were akin to weavers at this moment. That sort of exquisiteness was brilliant to the max. Try thinking about it. Inscribing an array formation into such a small medicinal pill. How nimble a pair of hands did that require? Xiao Ruyan and Run Dong were long mesmerized from looking already. Yi Yuan's pill refinement this time refreshed their understanding towards the alchemy path once more. They both had a feeling currently. Turns out that medicinal pills can be refined like this. Four symbols condense, medicinal pill form. Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The four symbols phantoms emitted a series of light cries and sunk into the Skanda ancient spirit demonic pill. Finally, dust settled. Same as crossing realms to refine medicinal pills in the past. Yi Yuan was already exhausted until he could not take it any more at this time. He hurriedly consumed the medicinal pills prepared ready and started adjusting his breathing. Xiao Ruyan and Run Dong, the two of them, were still standing there in a daze and did not come back to their senses for a while. The impact of the scene during Yi Yuan condensing the pill brought to them was seriously too great. With Xiao Ruyan and Run Dong, the two people's ident. One, ties they had naturally seen before alchemy sovereign experts refining pills, especially Ren Dong. He followed by Ren Xingchuan's side since young. That was a peak alchemy sovereign expert, but they had never seen before any pill refinement where the commotion would be so big, integrating the four symbols phantoms into the medicinal pills. What did that signify? That signified that this medicinal pill obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao. It represented a kind of resonance between Yi Yuan and heaven and earth. What kind of grade would a medicinal pill like this reach? Go and take a look. Xiao Ruyan swallowed her saliva and asked Ren Dong. Ren Dong had an expression of yearning and nodded his head deeply. The two people plucked up their courage and came to the square cauldron's side, opening the cauldron dexterously, and retrieved the pill. When they saw that sparkling and crystal clear, without any impurities medicinal pill in the jade tray, they involuntarily drew a deep breath once more. Transcendent grade again. An alchemist at the Alchemy King realm actually refined a Tier 5 transcendent grade medicinal pills. This was simply an accomplishment that Serpa S. said ancient and modern times. The two people surrounded that medicinal pill and walked around in circles like this, as if they were looking at a work of art. Tongue-clicking sounds and sighs of admirations came out of their mouths every now and then. The refinement this time, any inspiration? The two people were currently Wisconsin H. plussing to dissect the medicinal pill when Yi Yuan's voice suddenly sounded beside their ears. Yi Yuan had already finished adjusting his breathing since D knows when, and was standing behind them. Ren Dong was startled and hurriedly straightened his body. He nodded his head, thought about it, and then shook his head. Master, I seem to have grasped a little something, but it's like I didn't grasp anything. Like the reflection of the moon in water, Ren Dong said, honestly. Yi Yuan smiled and looked at Xiao Ruyan and said, you too? Xiao Ruyan's face turned red, and she nodded her head. This way of saying it sounded perfunctory, no matter how one listened to it. Did not understand means did not understand. Pretending for? But Yi Yuan smiled and said, your understanding towards the alchemy path is still too shallow. The alchemy Tao is a great Tao. When cultivated to an exceedingly high realm, it can reach the DS2. It's just that the alchemy path is overly arduous and intricate. The time and energy expended are a few times, even dozens of times, that of the martial path. So there are extremely few people who can walk to the pinnacle. The alchemy path and the martial path are the same. They both contain the maxim of heaven and earth within. The alchemy skills that you guys practice are all the crystallization of the forefathers' wisdom. No matter how low rank the alchemy skill, in them has some hard-to-describe things. This is also the reason why I made you start over from the basics. A myriad of great Daos all lead to the same goal. Understand? Yi Yuan finished talking. The two people both revealed ruminating looks. The things that Yi Yuan talked about already came into contact with the core of the alchemy Tao. Ever since following Yi Yuan, the two of them had been poleless. Plussing foundational alchemy skills all along and did not study any profound alchemy skills intensively. Previously, they knew the how but not the why all along. Today, through Yi Yuan's tiny bit of pointer, they finally saw the light. Rendong seemed to have understood something and said excitedly, No wonder I'm getting more and more proficient when I'm refining high-rank quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills now. Turns out that it's this reason. Master, I understand. Xiao Ruyan had a look of excitement too, as she said, so that's how it is. Master, I got it. When Yu Huan received the Skunda ancient spirit demonic pill, her mouth could not close together for a while. Her jaws nearly dropped the ground. Even though she prepared these spirit medicines for Yi Yuan, she did not really count on him being able to refine it. Ignoring other things, just Yi Yuan bringing Yu Xian back to life this regard, she would not really do anything to Yi Yuan either. But when she saw this transcendent-grade medicinal pill in her hands, her opinion of Yi Yuan was completely subverted already. This was a transcendent-grade, tier 5 medicinal pill. Could those shamans in the clan refine transcendent-grade, tier 5 medicinal pills? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was even a human. More importantly, Yi Yuan was only Alchemy King realm. Crossing realms to refine a transcendent-grade, tier 5 medicinal pill. Was this what humans could accomplish? Yi Yuan was stared at by Yu Huan until his scalp tingled a little. He could not refrain from saying, What are you looking at? Are there flowers on my face? Only then did Yu Huan startle awake. She coughed dryly twice to cover up her sment and said to a young girl by the side, Yu Xian, it was little brother Yi who saved you. Why haven't you quickly give thanks? After 10 over days, this Yu Xian could already get down and walk. It was just that the aura on her body was still very feeble. Most likely, even a spirit condensation realm martial artist that came over could easily defeat her. This Yu Xian's 2 eyes were like water. She had delicate and dainty fingers and cream-like skin. She was truly an all-around beauty. But Yi Yuan knew that the fox race was innately seductive. After taking form, they were all unparalleled beauties. It was just that this Yu Xian clearly stood out more among the rest. Yu Xian got Yu Huan's pointer and gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said, Yu Xian thanks Mr. Ye's life-saving grace very much. These 10 days Yu Xian's ear nearly had calluses rubbed out by Yi Yuan. These 2 words. She had originally given up on the hope of surviving already, but this man before her eyes forcefully pulled her back from the gates of H-E-L-L. Not just that. This man was actually even helping her to refine a medicinal pill to help her recover her strength. All along, it had only been hearing the name, but never seeing the person. Today, she finally saw his real face. Except hearing that Yi Yuan was just a Soul Sea realm martial artist. Previously, this matter of refining medicinal pills was treated by her as a joke to listen to. A tier 4 martial artist refining tier 5 medicinal pills? You've got to be kidding. It was just that she never could have dreamed that not only did Yi Yuan refine it, but it was also even a transcendent grade, tier 5 medicinal pill. This sort of thing, simply Serpa. Said her understanding. Haha, Miss UXIN don't need to be polite. If you want to thank, then go and thank little sister Yushu. I only refined a medicinal pill for you on account of her face. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Chapter 633, Azure Spirit Trees Information. Chapter 633. Azure Spirit Trees Information, UXIN finished cultivating. She had never felt this great before. Consuming the Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill that Yi Yuan refined for her, not only did UXIN's body recover fully, her strength advanced a step further too, reaching peak tier 5 initial stage. Recalling the wording when Yi Yuan gave her the medicinal pill, UXIN could not help smiling bitterly. This man was so senseless about other people's feelings. She was the young lord of the jade-faced fairy fox clan. Other people could not even wait to suck up to her. Yi Yuan rendered such a great service and actually brushed it over with an on account of Yushu's face. This Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill is too miraculous. I really don't know where he got the pill formula from. Just what kind of person is this Yi Yuan? UXIN discovered that she seemed to be full of interest towards this man who suddenly appeared. UXIN, have you finished refining the Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill? Right at this time, Yu Huan's voice suddenly sounded out. Yes, grandmother. UXIN has already finished refining. Please come in. Yu Huan pushed the door and entered. When she discovered that UXIN's cultivation had actually advanced, her feet involuntarily stopped. UXIN, you actually broke through. Astonishment was written all over Yu Huan's face. She never would have thought that this Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill was actually so powerful, letting UXIN break through directly. UXIN said with a bitter smile, This life of Xaners is considered to have been sold to Mr. Yi. Yu Huan's expression changed several times, and she finally heaved a long sigh and said, Really didn't expect that a foreign human who suddenly barged into my clan's territory actually became your savior. Perhaps this is fate. You guys are saying, let me casually state the terms? Yi Yuan looked at Yu Huan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Yu Huan was deeply affected by Yi Yuan's attitude. This expression was clearly looking down on the jade-faced fairy fox clan. That's right. I already don't have many years left. Xiner is my clan's most outstanding junior. You saving her is equivalent to saving our entire jade-faced fairy fox clan. Therefore, no matter what requests you have, I can satisfy them, Yu Huan said. Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, Yu Huan was very disdainful. She was, at any rate, a tier 6 expert too. Could it be that she still could not satisfy a Soul Sea Realm brat's request, who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, What I want, you really can't give. I wonder if your jade-faced fairy fox clan has an azure spirit tree? When Yu Huan heard, her brows involuntarily furrowed. Azure spirit tree? Are you messing with me? Azure spirit tree is a spirit flora of heaven and earth. It is elusive with its whereabouts. Where will I find an azure spirit tree for you? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, You see, I said that you can't take it out, right? Actually, Yi Yuan entering deep into the endless forest, apart from avoiding Ding Liang's pursuit, there was still an objective, which was in order to find the azure spirit tree and relieve Yu Munli's divine soul-tearing agony. Seeing as the 2-year date was gradually approaching, the medicinal herbs that Yi Yuan concocted were almost unable to suppress her ailment already. If he still did not find the azure spirit tree, Yu Munli's life would be in danger at any time. Yu Huan was just about to fly off the handle when UXIN by the side suddenly spoke up, Grandmother, don't get angry first. Could it be that grandmother forgot the news that Dongming region sent over 10 years ago? Yi Yuan was just randomly saying, and did not think that there was really something. He could not resist asking, "What news?" "Quickly say." Yi Yuan naturally knew how difficult the Azure Spirit Tree was to find, so he did not harbor any hope at all. Azure Spirit Tree was one of heaven and earth's spiritual roots. Since birth, it would have spirituality. When it matured to a certain degree, it could even soar to the skies and tunnel underground. Its whereabouts are unpredictable and extremely hard to find. Uxian said, "Mr. Yi, don't be anxious. This news is still from 10 years ago. We also don't know if it's true or fake." "Forget whether it's true or fake. Quickly say what's it about." Yi Yuan urged. Uxian nodded and said, 10 years ago, Dongming region's Moyan Mountain, the story goes that somebody saw an Azure Spirit Tree before. But that person tracked the Azure Spirit Tree for 3 days and night and still lost it in the end. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, "Just this? Can you say a little more in detail?" It was said that that person used all kinds of methods, but not only did he not catch the Azure Spirit Tree, but he was also hurt by the Azure Spirit Tree instead. "Who's that person?" "Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's Inkyu, bent clan head." Mentioning this Dark Fiend Tiger Clan head, Uxian's words carried thick awe and veneration. Very clearly, this clan head was not someone easy to deal with. Yi Yuan nodded when he heard that and said, "Okay, I got it. Thank you very much, Miss Uxian." "Does Mr. Yi wish to go to Dongming City?" Uxian suddenly asked. "And why? Is there anything wrong?" Yi Yuan said curiously, "The Dark Fiend Tiger Clan is one of the overlords of the entire G.O.D. prohibited demon region. They are very averse to outsiders, much less humans." Mr. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not hiding from Miss Uxian, I'm finding this Azure Spirit Tree for the sake of saving a friend. No matter how difficult, I must go too." Yi Yuan said it very nonchalantly, but Uxian's heart trembled. Martial artists were mostly selfish. Those able to do their utmost for friends were not many. Disregarding how strong the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan was, just talking about this Azure Spirit Tree itself, it was extremely hard to deal with already. "Mr. Yi is very honorable," Uxian praised. "Hoo-hoo, I merely owe her a favor, far from being honorable or whatever. Oh, right, I have a question to ask you too. If it's not convenient to answer, just forget it," Yi Yuan said. "And you ask away. What I can say, I'll naturally say." Yu Huan, hearing that Yi Yuan dared to take this risk for the sake of a friend, she was slightly moved in her heart too. She had a sharp tongue but soft at heart personality, and she had actually long regarded Yi Yuan as one of them already. This G.O.D. prohibited demon region is just a tiny region in the endless world, but the territory inside is so vast. Could it be that this place formed a world on its own? The endless world is only a middle-order small world and is completely unable to accommodate Tier 6 experts. Why are there actually so many Tier 6 experts here? Yi Yuan asked his doubt. With Yi Yuan's present cultivation realm, he could not sense the power of SPAC at all, but he could faintly sense that this place was probably not such a simple place. Once the experts here were placed outside, forget about the endless world, even the fierce Gale world. They could sweep across too, even the jade-faced Fairy Fox clan. A small clan like this had a Tier 6 expert, let alone the other clans. It was just that Yi Yuan was very curious why inside the endless world such a small world would be adjoined. This. Yu Huan could not help hesitating when she heard Yi Yuan's words. "Haha, I was just casually asking. If it isn't convenient to speak, just leave it at that," Yi Yuan said without a care. "Not that it isn't convenient to tell, but I'm unable to answer you at all. Because I don't know the origins of the G-O-D prohibited demon region as well. Our demon race has all lived here for generations, and our jade-faced fairy fox clan is just a bottommost faction. I heard that those powerful factions even have tier 7 experts existing. Yu Huan said, even though Yu Huan was a tier 6 demon, she was just in existence at the bottom rung of the G-O-D prohibited demon region. Simply could not come into contact with many secrets. When Yi Yuan heard Yu Huan's words, he was greatly startled inwardly too. This place actually had tier 7 experts. Chapter 634, Thunder Essence Fruit Grove. Chapter 634, Thunder Essence Fruit Grove tier 7 powerhouses. Just how stable did this SPAC have to be able to accommodate tier 7 powerhouse existences? At least, Yi Yuan knew that other than an extremely few numbers of several highly stable special worlds, it was simply impossible for tier 7 experts to exist in the lower realms. And those worlds, Yi Yuan knew all of them. It was definitely not the endless world. Then just what kind of existence was this G-O-D prohibited demon region before his eyes? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that this endless world was really a mystical place. Although the world order was not high, and the aboriginals did not have much strength either, it hid numerous secrets. Even him, a divine realm's former pinnacle existence, could not figure out this small world's actual situation too. A special SPAC like the G-O-D prohibited demon region absolutely had its own secrets. It was just that looking at Yu Huan's appearance, she was probably unaware. Fine then. Looks like there is a need to make a trip to Dongming region. Yi Yuan was also filled with curiosity towards this G-O-D prohibited demon region. At the same time he was seeking out the Azure Spirit Tree, he naturally had to explore a bit too. He had a feeling that this G-O-D prohibited demon region was probably not formed naturally but created by people. If not for this, it was impossible for humans to not exist here, and would also not kill humans when they see them, which was also to say that somebody deliberately said down this ancestral teaching in order to isolate here from the outside world. And in truth, it was also impossible for the endless world to have humans able to pass through the essence-devouring confounding fog and enter here, apart from Yi Yuan. Then to be able to split open such a SPAC that could accommodate the G-O-D prohibited demon region. How formidable a strength did that person have to be? But Yi Yuan knew that even existences like the 10 great divine kings could not possibly achieve this either. This way, then there was only one explanation: Deity Realm Powerhouse. Only Deity Realm Powerhouses had the strength to split open such a special SPAC. Any and all things that touched upon Deity Realm, Yi Yuan was naturally very interested. To want to reach the Deity Realm, one must unravel the secrets of Deity Realm Vanis. And these secrets, so many experts in the divine realm searched for so many years, but no one was able to unravel its secret. Yi Yuan attempted to understand a little in the past too, but the things that he discovered in his past life was not even as many as this life, regardless whether was it the divine script, or the mysterious black bead, or the vast heaven pag, or even this G-O-D prohibited demon region. This endless world seemed to be linked in countless intricate ways with Deity Realm. Him reincarnating into the endless world, was it also an arrangement foreordained by the heaven? Yu Huan and Yu Xian naturally did not know Yi Yuan's thoughts. Seeing Yi Yuan say that he wanted to go to Dongming region, Yu Huan said, "It's too dangerous for you to go to Dongming region by yourself. This elderly self still has to hold down the fort in the clan and isn't convenient to travel with you. Since you saved Uxin, let her follow you. At least she can also be a guide for you. Yi Yuan nodded and said, since that's the case, then thank you very much, old ancestor. Yi Yuan did not refuse. This prohibited demon region. He was completely blind to the situation, and indeed, he needed a guide. If he walked by himself, who knows how much unnecessarily long way he would have to walk. The three people were currently chatting away when Yushu ran in a FLU, S-tiered manner, and said urgently, old ancestor, not good, not good. Elder sister Yulong and the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan people had a clash, and they were injured by them. Uxian's expression changed abruptly, and she said, What happened? Why would Yulong get into a conflict with the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan for no reason? Yushu said, Elder sister, Yulong brought us to patrol outside. The result was that we discovered an area of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove. Except that stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove is situated right at the borders of our land and the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan's boundary. And they also discovered that Fruit Grove, as luck would have it, the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan people were very overbearing and insisted that the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove was discovered by them. Elder sister Yulong argued strongly on just grounds. In the end, she was naturally wounded. Yi Yuan listened carefully by the side and knew that this result was bound to happen too. With Yulong's personality, there was bound to be a conflict with the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan. However, when Yi Yuan heard Thunder Essence Fruit, 3 words, his eyes involuntarily radiated a light too. This Thunder Essence Fruit was a rare thing. It inherently had the power of lightning and could help martial artists cultivate out the concept of thunder. The incredible aspect of this Thunder Essence Fruit was that it did not require comprehension. One just had to directly swallow it down and refine it, and it could let their essence energy carry the concept of thunder, an extremely heaven-defying heaven and earth spirit fruit. To think that upon entering the prohibited demon region, he encountered such a treasure, heaven and earth treasures, those fated would get them. Since Yi Yuan heard about this thing, it was naturally impossible for him to treat it like he did not see. Of course, even if it were not for this Thunder Essence Fruit, Yi Yuan would not possibly turn a cold shoulder to the jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's matters too. This bunch of hateful bad snakes only know how to bully us all day long. If they have the capabilities, go be overbearing with the black-winged demonic wolves. Uxian said huffily. Actually, Uxian's cultivation realm was not much lower than the other race's junior generation. But the jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's combat strength was seriously terrible. In comparison, the snake race and the wolf race's combat strength were very daunting. Yushu was also indignant. As she said, the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan only knows how to suck up to the black-winged demonic wolves clan. How can they dare to be arrogant to them? Yi Yuan suddenly spoke to you. Huan, old ancestor Yu Huan, they already bullied to your doorsteps. Aren't you going to take action? Yu Huan's expression changed, and she said with a bitter smile, Our Azure Mountain region's various clans have an unwritten rule. Tier 6 experts are not to interfere with the young generation's matters. Once I take action, it will surely stir their old ancestor. At that time, it will be even harder to resolve. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Let's go then. I'll accompany you all to take a look. Uxian said in puzzlement, but Yushu was overjoyed when she heard and said, It's really great that Big Brother Yi Yuan is willing to help. Young Lord, Big Brother Yi Yuan is very strong. Elder sister, Yulong can't even last one exchange under his hands. What Yushu was talking about was still when Yi Yuan was at the first level Soul C. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to the second-level Soul Sea, he could one-shot Yulong without using the Origin Spirit 9 transformations too. Uxin could not help being startled inwardly when she heard that. She really did not know that Yi Yuan's martial path strength was actually so powerful. These few days, she had been hearing how incredible Yi Yuan's pill refinement was all along and how brilliant his medical skills were. But Yi Yuan's Soul Sea realm cultivation boundary made her subconsciously feel that Yi Yuan was inadequate. To think that Yi Yuan's combat strength was actually so powerful. Under Yushu's lead, Yi Yuan's party arrived at that Thunder Essence Fruit Grove very soon. Far, far away, Yi Yuan could already sense the power of thunder and lightning emitting from inside the fruit grove. Outside the fruit grove, two parties were currently facing each other. They were precisely the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan and the Jade-Faced Fairy Fox clan. Uxin was already beaten to heavy injuries by young Lord Wolf Fong. Yulong, you're your clan's strongest person already. Just now that young La S secretly slipped away. Could it be that she could still bring any powerful reinforcements? Could it be that she went to call Yu Huan that old thing out? Ha ha, said a young man dressed in black with a cold smile. And Bing, don't be impudent. Let me tell you, young Lord has already obtained an expert's treatment and has already recovered her strength now. Yulong held her injury and said, ha ha ha, young Lord Wolffang taking action. It's already pretty good if Uxin that girl can survive. Putting aside that Uxin is badly wounded, even if she were perfectly fine, she would also be my vanquished opponent if she came. And Bing said, arrogantly, is that so? Uxin's aura changed and blocked in front of Yulong. Chapter 635. Head held high. Chapter 635. Head held high, young lord. When Yulong and the rest of the Fox clan saw Uxin, they were all thrilled. Uxin turned around and gave Yulong a light smile and said, it's been hard on you, Yulong. Leave the rest to me. Yulong was covered in wounds, currently looking very miserable. But she forgot about her injuries at this time and said in astonishment, why, young lord, you actually broke through. Uxin said smilingly, it was all thanks to Mr. Ye's medicinal pill. Finished talking, Uxin turned around, and she switched to an icy cold countenance and said, and Bing, didn't you say earlier that even if I came, I'm your vanquished opponent too? Now that I'm here, why don't you try defeating me? And Bing was the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan's second strongest person, and originally around the same as Uxin. If they really exchanged blows, Uxin was most likely not his match. It was just that he never could have thought that Uxin actually obtained a breakthrough and reached peak initial stage Tier 5. But he already uttered his words earlier. At this time, it was not nice to retract them no matter what. He could only toughen his scalp and said, humph, a tiny little Fox clan dares to be arrogant in front of our Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan too. Those words were said by me. What can you do to me? Since you said them, then I'll make you swallow them back. Uxin was the young lord of a clan after all, and carried a very domineering side to her. Flaring up at this time, she was a woman not inferior to any men. As she spoke, Uxin slapped a palm towards Bing. And Bing obviously would not allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. Class. H.I. plussing together with Uxin. The disparity between the demon race cultivation realms was not that obvious. Even though Uxin obtained a breakthrough, to want to take down Bing within a short time, that was not possible. Yulong was sweating profusely. Just now, she was forcefully hanging in there. When Uxin arrived, she could not persevere anymore. Right at this time, a medicinal pill was delivered in front of her. Yulong lifted her head and looked. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Eat it. Your injuries will heal very soon. Yi Yuan said, smilingly. Yu Long was still hesitating when Yi Yuan said again, quite a number of your injuries are in hidden places. Actually, you couldn't battle long ago. You were forcefully hanging in there all along just now, and your injuries have already deteriorated very severely. If you don't carry out treatment, there's a high likelihood of harming your foundation and affecting your cultivation in the future. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Yu Lung's expression changed, and she and TC had the medicinal pill over from Yi Yuan's hand and swallowed straight away. When the medicinal pill reached her abdomen, Yu Lung's injuries saw an immediate effect and took a turn for the better. Yu Lung's expression changed, and she could not help looking towards Yi Yuan. Ho, don't need doubt. This medicinal pill is the same as the one your family's young lord ate. I managed to find time these few days and refined a few more, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. Yi Yuan was currently living in the deprohibited demon region. Those human martial artists' medicinal pills he had on him were naturally of not much use. Hence, he found time these 2 days and refined a few more skunda ancient spirit demonic pills and other medicinal pills in case of an emergency. It was just that he did not expect it would be put to use so quickly. Yu Huan naturally satisfied all demands that Yi Yuan had currently. Yu Long was cold as ice on the surface, but in her heart, she was shocked to her core. This was a transcendent grade, medicinal pill. Giving it to people so casually? No, wait, even if it was given to her, he did not even blink his eyes. Just what kind of realm did this fellow's alchemy skills reach? Yu Long was aware that those tier 5 shamans in the clan, if they refined any high-grade medicinal pills, each one of them treated it like a treasure to keep. Transcendent grade tier 5 medicinal pills Yu Long had not even seen before, too. This fellow actually took it out and gave it to her just like this. Since when was her relations? I plus P with him good to this sort of extent? One had to know that 10 over days ago, she even wanted to kill him. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Long and said with a cold smile, "Don't need to look at me with that kind of eyes. Actually, I only treated your injuries on account of little sister Yu Shu's face. I think that if you died, she'd definitely cry very brokenheartedly." Yu Lung's expression darkened, and she was just about to fly off the handle at the scene, but was held back by Yu Shu. Yu Shu's small face was flushed red. The words earlier, she heard all of it. She said to you, "Lung blus. I plus Ingli. Big brother Yi Yuan is kidding with you. Can't you tell yet? Such a valuable medicinal pill. How can he possibly give it to you on account of my face?" But Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Little sister Yu Shu, don't be unduly humble. If not for the sake of your face, I'd rather have killed the 3 of you back then, and then roamed the world. Forget about Yu Lung, even helping your family's young Lord refine medicinal pills. I was also taking into account your face. Although giving Yu Lung a medicinal pill wasn't entirely on account of your face, it occupied half the reason too. Whoever I, Yi Yuan, treat as a friend, I'll naturally help all the way. But if anyone provokes me, I'll be sure to kill and be merry too." Yu Shu's small face got even redder. She really did not expect that she was so important in Yi Yuan's heart. Even when Yu Lung heard it, she was taken aback too. What Yi Yuan said was not wrong. He did indeed have the strength to kill the 3 of them back then, but did not do so. Turns out that it was actually on account of Yu Shu's face. But what Yu Lung was even more curious about was Yi Yuan's other half of the reason. Then the other half of the reason? Yu Lung could not resist asking. The other half of the reason you can fight to the bitter end for your clansmen. This courage is worthy of my respect. Seems like you're not as unreasonable as I imagined as well, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Yu Lung heard these words, her face involuntarily reddened. She did not think that Yi Yuan giving her such a precious medicinal pill was actually just for this sort of reason. And right then, Yu Xian and Bing's battle already reached a white-hot stage. Yu Lung and Yu Shu's attention was also attracted by the battle cries over there. Relax. Your family's young lord has already occupied the absolute initiative. They will be able to determine the victor very soon. Yi Yuan said coolly. Actually, Yi Yuan already discerned the victor not long after the two engaged in fighting. Hence, that was why he chatted with the two girls calmly. Yu Lung and Yu Shu were very excited when they heard Yi Yuan's words too. Indeed, within Yi Yuan's expectations, after 10 moves, Yu Xian's advantage was getting increasingly obvious, pressuring a Bing until he felt smothered. Another 10 moves Pa S said. Yu Xian caught one of Bing's carelessness and went straight for the target, smacking Bing flying with one palm. Bin, see if you still dare to act wildly in my clan's territory. Quickly bring your people and scram back for me. The vast majority of this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove are all on our Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's territory. Even if you guys want, you're only permitted to take your share. Yu Xian said majestically. Yu Xian felt a feeling of exaltation upon fulfillment at this time. She had always been just a bit weaker than Bing in the past. This made the Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan unable to hold their heads up high. The strongest person in a clan could not even beat other people's second strongest person. This was too humiliating. Of course, losing face was a small matter. Being constantly bullied by people was a major issue. This time, she borrowed Yi Yuan's medicinal pill and took advantage of the opportunity to break through, finally Serpa as Sing Bing, who knew that Bing was totally unmoved and said with a loud laugh, Yu Xian, you don't think that by defeating me, everything will be fine, right? Let me tell you, we've notified young Lord Xian long ago. He's going to reach in a minute. At that time, I'll see if you still dare to say this sort of big talk or not. This stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove, our Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan, is H-E-L-L bent on it. When these words came out, the expressions of the Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's side here all changed drastically. Chapter 636, with just the likes of me. Chapter 636, with just the likes of me, and Xian, the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan's young lord, is also one of the strongest person among the young generation. Yu Xian naturally knew that even if she broke through, she could not possibly be in Xian's match too. Ha ha ha. Scared, right? Just with this bit of strength of yours. You also wish to occupy the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove too? Our Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan cultivates the power of thunder and lightning innately. Obtaining these Thunder Essence fruits is like adding wings to a tiger. A bunch of little foxes also have wishful thinking of getting a share of the Thunder Essence fruits too. Bing said see. Oh, see, Keely. Yu Sun's expression changed several times, but did not know how she should refute. The demon race world was even more particular about the prey being food and the strong feasting. Whoever's strength was greater, they would be the boss. The Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan was weak. Even if this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove were fully in their territory, the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan would not give them the slightest opportunity either. Unless when the Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan discovered this stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove, and the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan did not discover it at all. This sort of situation currently, it was too hard for them to want to take a share of the loot. Seeing Yu Xian's expression, and Bing got even haughtier. Crawling up with a grunt, he did not care about the injuries on his body either, and ordered his companions, the few of you put up a warning line for me. I want to see if these little foxes really dare to provoke our Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan or not. Yes, Lord Bing. Ha! Truly, heaven is watching. A stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove actually appeared here. With this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove, young Lord and Xian's strength will surely advance a step further. Before long, young Lord and Xian's strength might be able to catch up to even Serpa S. Wolfang's. At that time, it will be the opportunity for my Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan to truly rise up. And Bing seemed to have already seen the day the clan rose up. The flesh on his face somewhat started quivering excitedly. Ha ha! Aren't you, these little foxes, leaving yet? When young Lord and Xian arrives, it probably won't be that easy even if you all wish to leave. And Bing said with a snicker. The expression on Xian's face was very ugly. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove was within the jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's domain. Could it be that they could only give up? How could she be willing? Yushu's dainty fists were tightly clenched too, as she said with an indignant look, "This bunch of fellows is so unreasonable. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove is clearly in our territory. They actually want to occupy it as their own. It's fine if they bully us normally, but such an immense lucky chance. They are actually not giving us even a little bit." Yuan smiled secretly in his heart. This Yushu little law S was really innocent. Thunder Essence Fruit, this lucky chance, forget that it was in the demon race. Even if it appeared among human martial artists, it was also impossible to talk reason with you. Whoever's fist was big, whoever could get a share of the loot. Without strength, sorry, please go to one side and play. It was also that this Thunder Essence Fruit did not have much use to Tier 6 experts. Otherwise, how could the old fellows in the two clans sit still? But the Thunder Essence Fruit to martial artists Tier 5 and below was absolutely a heaven-defying treasure. This thing could directly increase combat strength. Even Yuan was also palpitating with excitement towards it. Do these guys frequently bully you guys? Yuan asked curiously. Yushu said huffily, "Yeah, our Fox clan and their territory are the closest, and our strength is the weakest too. They don't dare to challenge the Blackwind Demonic Wolves clan, so they often come to bully us." Like this, huh? Is that in Xian, or whatever, very strong? And Xian is a middle-stage Tier 5 expert. Even if young Lord's strength improved greatly, she's not his match either, Yushu said. The two people were currently talking when a sharp and fierce aura arrived in a twinkle. A young and cold man appeared in front of everyone. "Young Lord, you finally arrived." And Bing could not help being overjoyed when he saw someone arrived. And Xian took a look at Bing and said with a frown, "You actually sustained injuries?" And Bing could not help choking up and explaining, "No idea what kind of lucky chance Xian, that little fox, acquired. Not only are her injuries healed, her strength even advanced by leaps and bounds. Younger brother isn't a match." Oh, and Xian only noticed Xian at this time. Indeed, her strength increased greatly. Didn't expect that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. This little fox actually broke through to peak initial stage Tier 5 already. And Xian was rather surprised, but he did not really pay it any heed in his words. Ignoring that Xian was only peak initial stage Tier 5, even if she was at the middle stage Tier 5, she was not his match either. Xian frowned and said, "And Xian, enough R.A.P. Let's still talk about the main topic. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove can be given to you guys, but my clan wants 1/5 of the Thunder Essence Fruits." Xian's words were already making incredible concession. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove only had a small piece in the Snake Clan's territory, but they only wanted 1/5 of the Thunder Essence Fruits. It could be said to be swallowing humiliation to shoulder a heavy load. But when Yuan heard Xian's words, he shook his head secretly. At this time, Either let the person get lost, or they themselves scram. Saying such words was undoubtedly asking for humiliation. Indeed, after Xian heard Yuexian's words, he immediately burst into laughter. That laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. 1/5. Sure, as long as you have the capabilities to take it away from my hands. So what if it's all given to you? Or? When Xian spoke until here, he paused for a bit. When Yuexian heard, she still thought that Xian was planning on stating terms and could not resist asking, "Or what?" And Xian suddenly switched his expression and laughed lewdly and said, "Or you come and be my concubine. This 1/5 of the thunder essence fruits will be the betrothal gift." When Yuexian heard, her lovely body could not help trembling in anger. "You, shameless!" Only at this time did she know that she was fooled by Xian. How could she still endure it? Raising her hand, she was going to deal with Xian. Overestimating your own ability. And Xian forced Yuexian back with a very casual palm. He was unforgiving when getting the upper hand, following up with another palm and pressing on towards Yuexian. Yuexian met the attack calmly and could still resist for a few rounds. Her head was still heated up for a time earlier. How could she still be in Xian's match? In a panic, Yuexian cried out and was already prepared to bear this palm of Xian's. But right at this time, there was a blur in front of her eyes. A big and tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Bang! Yi Yuan and Xian each fell back several steps. Xian's face fell as he said, "Human." He looked at Yuexian with ill intent and said, "The rule in the G.O.D. prohibited demon region is to immediately execute humans when seen. Your Fox clan actually dares to take in humans. Are you really not afraid of your clan being exterminated?" Yuexian's expression changed, and she was just about to speak, but was stopped by Yi Yuan's hand gesture. "A bunch of grown man bullying women. You guys really have the nerve too. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove is in their territory, and you all actually seized it openly. Truly shameless." Yi Yuan said with a half-smile, "Humph. When is it your turn to meddle in our G.O.D. prohibited demon regions affairs? The strong becomes the king. My fist is big, so what I say naturally goes." And Xian said with a cold smile, "Is that so? Then, if my fist is bigger than yours, does this piece of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove belong to me?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, and Xian gave Yi Yuan a measuring glance and said with a cold smile, "With just the likes of you, a tier 4 human?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "And with just the likes of me." Chapter 637, Bloodline Suppression. Chapter 637, Bloodline Suppression. "Yi Yuan, you're not his match. Quickly move aside." Yuexian hurriedly said when she saw Yi Yuan coming forward. Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "Fighting is a man's affair. Women should go to the side to watch. These Thunder Essence fruits, I'm determined to have them. At that time, I'll split 1/5 with you all." These words were said without any reservation. It was just that in Xian's and the others' ears, it was simply a joke. "Ha! You're not afraid of twisting your tongue when bragging. A puny little tier 4 human also dares to utter such words. Who gave you the courage?" And Xian said with a loud laugh, although that clash Yi Yuan had with him earlier was very fierce, that was only his momentary carelessness. Furthermore, he had not used much strength yet. If Yi Yuan thought that he had the qualifications to challenge him just like this, then Yi Yuan really did not know how the word death was written. Ha! Where did this joker come from? To actually dare challenge young lord. He's really complaining that he lived for too long. Are humans all this stupid? This kind of brain, how did he cultivate to tier 4? Human, we're so afraid. These thunder essence fruits, you take them all. Make sure not to be courteous with us. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's words incurred a wave of guffaws. In their view, Yi Yuan was simply here to be a joke. How could Tier 4 martial artists possibly beat young Lord? Towards this sort of mocking, Yi Yuan naturally did not take it to heart. He just hooked his finger at An Xian. That sort of disdain was laid bare thoroughly. An Xian's expression darkened. If you're courting death yourself, then I can't be blamed. Dark Shadow Thunderkill. An Xian extended his hand and beckoned. A horrifying power of lightning and thunder instantly enveloped the entire place. And Yi Yuan was situated in the heart of this lightning field. Dark Shadow Thunderkill as the opening move. Looks like young Lord was really enraged by this fellow. Ha ha, this fellow is really a joke. He doesn't know what a terrifying thing it is to infuriate young Lord. TSK, nothing to see anymore. Once Dark Shadow Thunderkill is unleashed, this fellow is dead for sure. Facing this horrifying lightning field, Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious. His aura suddenly erupted abruptly, soaring straight to peak 4th level Soul C. Crossing a minor stage, Yi Yuan's aura became totally different. Those Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clansmen, who were still mocking Yi Yuan earlier, all had their mouths gaping wide open at this time. Yi Yuan's current aura was actually not the slightest bit inferior to An Xian. Oppression of the dragon race. This is the oppression of the dragon race. Could it be that this brat is a dragon race progeny? And Bing suddenly exclaimed, sensing that oppressive power belonging to the dragon race bloodline. At this current moment, Yi Yuan fully exhibited the dragon race bloodline in his body. The Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clansmen, whose strength were slightly weaker, actually could not resist and bowed down. The hierarchy of the demon race was stringent. This sort of bloodline oppression was simply unable to resist. Without needing An Bing to say, An Xian naturally perceived it long ago. The dragon pressure that Yi Yuan released actually made the demonic essence in his body had a feeling of going out of control. If not for his strength was much higher than Yi Yuan's, he would probably have followed the others at this time and bowed down. This was absolutely the purest dragon race bloodline. Otherwise, how could it possibly make his demonic essence be on the verge of losing control? Could this brat really be a dragon race progeny? But this brat did not have any traces of a demon from top to bottom. Seeing this scene, Yu Shu's small face was flushed red from agitation. It was like a fully ripe red little apple. Turns out that big brother Yi Yuan is so incredible. Back then when he fought with us, he didn't release all of the dragon pressure at all. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the chance to attack in front of him. Yu Shu said, agitatedly. By the side, Yulong was taken aback from shock too. Only now did she know how great Yi Yuan's strength was. Just this dragon pressure. A demon with her strength could not give rise to the thought of resisting at all. This, Yi Yuan, is he a human or demon? Yu Xian also unwittingly started to question her eyes. The dragon pressure that Yi Yuan displayed was too pure. If this dragon pressure were released towards the Fox clan, they would not be able to withstand it at all. This point, one would know just by taking a look at those Dark Shadow Lightning Snakes. Yi Yuan looked at An Xian indifferently and said, "You said just now that whoever's fist is bigger makes the call. Then let's measure whose fist is bigger." Flame, movement, true dragon carnage. The moment Yi Yuan attacked, it was his strongest attack. An Xian's expression was indescribably nasty. Seeing Yi Yuan make a move, he attacked without hesitation as well. Dark Shadow Thunderkill. Suppress for me. An Xian roared. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled within this area. Facing off with the fiery red colossal dragon, Yi Yuan fired out. Except The lightning, which looked fierce and sharp, could not shake Yi Yuan's red dragon at all. Rumble! A huge rumbling sound was heard, and Xian directly vomited blood from being beaten to severe injuries. Young lord, are you all right? The one move being exhausted, the dragon pressure on Yi Yuan's body converged, following that too, before those dark shadow lightning snakes could recover. With one attack, and Xian was already severely wounded and unable to battle anymore. The eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with was filled with hatred and fear. This human Tier 4 martial artist actually beat him to severe injuries. Now, can I take over this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, looking at Yi Yuan, and Xian even had the heart to die. This time, it was really trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Not only could he not gain one Thunder Essence Fruit, but he was also even beaten until severely injured. And Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Let's go." "No way. You guys can't leave." Xian was just about to stop them, but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Under and Bing's assistance, and Xian and the rest ran away with their tails between their legs. Xian stomped her feet angrily and said begrudgingly, "You barely managed to beat Xian until he was severely injured. How can you let him go easily?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Although this Thunder Essence Fruit doesn't have great use to Tier 6 experts, it's absolutely a rare treasure. You think that with Xian here, their old ancestor won't pay attention to this incident. Beating up Xian with just severe injuries is fine. But if you want to kill him, the Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan will have to receive the wrath of the Snake clan's old ancestor. Can you guys receive it?" Yi Yuan had long seen through that the strength of this Azure Mountain region's Tier 6 old ancestors were roughly the same and were wary of each other. That was why they tacitly agreed to let the juniors go and clash. Although Yu Huan's strength was a little weaker, she definitely had her own trump card too. And Xian's strength was not bad. The Snake clan's old ancestor definitely regarded him very highly. If they really killed Xian, the Snake clan's old ancestor would definitely blow his top off. At that time, the two clans fighting it out, Azure Mountain region's balance would be broken. It was likely very hard for the Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan to win, and they might be in danger of being annihilated. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xian could not help being taken aback. The Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan was currently on its last legs. How could they endure the wrath of the Snake clan's old ancestor? If you want to kill Xian, you'll have to let your own strength become strong. With these Thunder Essence Fruits, why fret that you won't be in Xian's match in the future? That fellow is nothing to be feared, Yi Yuan said coolly. Only after Xian heard this did her worry turn to joy, as she said happily, "Mr. Yi, by right, this fruit grove belongs to you now. Could it be that you're really going to 5/1/5 to us?" Thunder is basically a synonym for lightning in Xian novels, unless specified otherwise. Chapter 638, Maturing Overnight. Chapter 638, Maturing Overnight. That is, of course. Yi Yuan agreed without any hesitation, getting an affirmative answer. Even with Xian's composure, she almost jumped up too, although she held back a little in order to uphold the ident. One tie of a young lord, the feelings of excitement was written on the face. "That's great. Big brother Yi Yuan is really a very nice person." Yushu could not care that much, and directly grabbed Yi Yuan's arm and started swinging. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove was not small. Even 1/5 was also not a small number. With these Thunder Essence Fruits, the Fox clan's strength would surely have a substantial increase. Those like Xian might even be able to surpass Xian within a short time. Even the ice-cold Yulong had a grateful smile hanging on her face at this time too. Really great. These thunder essence fruits at most still have a month to maturity. At that time, see who still dares to bully our fox clan. Yu Xian said agitatedly, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A month? Too long. Do you feel that the Snake Clan will let us wait a month here, peacefully?" Yu Xian's heart thumped. "You're saying, if they can't obtain the Thunder Essence fruits, how can they possibly watch us wait here for the Thunder Essence fruits to mature? Once they return to the clan, they will definitely spread this news out. At that time, the Fox clan will become a target for all," Yi Yuan said. Then what to do? My Fox clan is only the weakest existence among the Tier 6 demon races. We simply can't beat the other demon races. If the Blackwind demonic wolves get this intel. Yu Xian did not dare to continue thinking. According to Yi Yuan's deductions, the Fox clan was in an extremely perilous situation. Initially thought that they picked up a treasure. Who knew that it turned into a hot potato in a blink of an eye? Sometimes obtaining a treasure was a huge lucky chance, and one could soar to the heavens in one bound because of it. However, if one did not have sufficient strength to protect these treasures, it would attract trouble, even a fatal calamity. Simple. As long as you harvest these thunder essence fruits before others come, that will do. Yi Yuan was totally unconcerned, as if he was talking about something trivial and ordinary. Except, Yu Xian was unable to understand. Harvest now, but these thunder essence fruits are not matured yet right now. The effects are not even 10% of the matured period. Such a weak effect. Eating it and not eating it was also not much different. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not ripe, we can make it ripen. Go, follow me back to the clan." Yu Xian carried thick doubt and followed Yi Yuan back to the clan. Although she was BRIMMING with curiosity, Yi Yuan not talking, she also sensibly did not ask. At the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan territory, and Xian's complexion was deathly white but with unwillingness and rage written all over. "And Bing, spread the news of the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove out for me. Now, immediately, right away. Remember, you must let Wolf Fang know." And Xian said furiously, "This, let Wolf Fang know, and we won't get a single Thunder Essence Fruit." And Bing said hesitantly, "Humph, do you think that we can get them now? I really didn't expect that brat actually possesses such pure dragon race bloodline. If not for so, how could I have been defeated by him?" And Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed, Yi Yuan only defeated and Xian flawlessly by relying on the suppression of bloodline power. Although Yi Yuan could temporarily break through to 4th level Soul C by relying on Origin Spirit 9 transformations to want to defeat the middle stage Tier 4 and Xian, it was still a little lacking. Speaking of this, and Bing felt depressed. Even though he was a bit better than the rest, he was also not much better. Previously, under Yi Yuan's dragon race oppression, he was practically in a half-kneeling state already. Only his strength could barely withstand the dragon race oppression. "Young lord, if it really can't be done, we better invite old ancestor to come out," and Bing said, and Xian's expression changed, and he rebuked, "Don't mention this matter anymore. Do you want to make the Azure Mountain region descend into a great war? Go now and spread the news about the Thunder Essence fruits." After Bing left, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. "Apologies, old ancestor." Xianer was incompetent, and Xian was not surprised by the arrival. This person was the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan's old ancestor, Unrong. That boy's strength, indeed, somewhat exceeded expectations. He actually possesses extremely pure dragon race bloodline. I was not far away back then. This matter can't be blamed on you, and Rong said coolly. And Xian raised his head to take a look at Rome, wanting to speak, but stopped. Anything you want to ask, just ask away. And Rome said, the Fox clan harboring humans. Can't we use this as an excuse to exterminate them? With old ancestor strength, that Yu Huan should not be a match. Actually, and Xian was very puzzled too. Why was his own old ancestor present, but did not take any action? Hohu, to be able to become a tier 6 demon clan, which one would be a pushover. It's true that my strength is stronger than Yu Huan's, but the Fox clan definitely has hidden cards that we don't know about. Unless it's a last resort, we won't make a move, and Rome said with a smile. And Xian's gaze turned intent, and he revealed an apprehensive expression. The Snake clan naturally had their own hidden cards too, but to be able to make old ancestor wary as well seems like every tier 6 demon clan was not to be underestimated. After Yi Yuan returned to the tribe, he paid a visit to several high-level shamans in the clan. After coming out of their places, he started close seclusion. That evening, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. There was already a large group of people packed at the entrance. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, Yu Xian went forward and asked Fidgety, "How is it?" Yi Yuan threw her a large bag and said smilingly, "Of course it succeeded. This thing is called Jingyan powder. Dissolve it with water, then sprinkle it on the roots of the thunder essence fruit trees." Yu Xian's expression became strict, and she said to Yu Lung, "Heard Mr. Ye's words? Bring people to handle it right now." "Yes." Yu Lung received the order and left. "Come, let's go to the thunder essence fruit grove. It should be roughly done tomorrow morning," Yi Yuan said. Yu Lung was still very capable and experienced when doing things. Very soon, she finished watering all of the thunder essence fruit trees. "All right, everyone has toiled for a day. I'll take a rest yourself. Tomorrow morning, we'll see the outcome," Yi Yuan said. The next morning, that power of thunder and lightning which was terrifying until it made people feel asphyxiated, startling everyone awake. My gee, oh D, how is this possible? Overnight, these thunder essence fruits actually all matured. Too inconceivable. Mr. Yi is truly G. Oh, do you like to actually be able to turn something rotten into something magical? Yushu leaped up happily. "Big brother Yi Yuan, you're really too incredible. That whatever Jingyan powder, I couldn't discern any mystical aspect, but it actually produced such an inconceivable effect." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is just the lowest grade Jingyan powder. If the materials were sufficient, making these thunder essence fruits ripen instantaneously isn't impossible either. But sadly, the conditions were limited. This Jingyan powder's grade was still a little low. The thunder essence fruits matured through acceleration. They will still lose around 10% of the effect." As an alchemist, it was coming into contact with these spirit medicines year in, year out. Forget about the thunder essence fruit. Even those tier 8, tier 9 spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had ways to accelerate their maturing too. But with the current conditions, to be able to achieve this step was already extremely not easy. Chapter 639, Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood. Chapter 639, Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood. I don't even dare to imagine that these thunder essence fruit could actually all ripen overnight. This is simply an ability that DS and devils can't fathom. Some trifling flaws. Mr. Yi don't need to take it to heart. By the side, Yu Xian had already been dazed long ago. The scene that happened before her eyes was seriously too miraculous. As for the 10% loss, she did not care at all. These many thunder essence fruits was enough to make up for that bit of loss. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop looking. Everybody go in and harvest the thunder essence fruits. This stretch of thunder essence fruit grove isn't small. 1/5 of the thunder essence fruits should be plenty for you all to use. Move a bit faster. I reckon that there are already people on the way. Yu Xian nodded and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Yi." The allure that these Thunder Essence fruits had towards the jade-faced Fairy Fox clan was seriously too great. Their combat strength leaned to the weak side originally. These Thunder Essence fruits was an opportunity for them to become strong. Yi Yuan also entered the Thunder Essence fruit grove, but did not immediately harvest the Thunder Essence fruits. Previously, Yi Yuan already estimated the Thunder Essence fruits visually before. One Thunder Essence fruit tree had around 100 Thunder Essence fruits. This Thunder Essence fruit grove had roughly 100 over Thunder Essence fruit trees. Adding them up, there was roughly 10,002 to 300 Thunder Essence fruits, splitting 1/5 and giving to the Fox clan. Yi Yuan himself had around close to 10,000 in quant. One Tai. Actually, Yi Yuan did not need so many Thunder Essence fruits. When just starting to refine the Thunder Essence fruits, one could indeed receive excellent effects and could rapidly increase the power of thunder and lightning. But consuming too much, the effects would be greatly discounted, all the way until at the back, there would be virtually no effects. According to Yi Yuan's estimation, him refining 3,000 Thunder Essence fruits alone was about there. But Yi Yuan was not very concerned about these. He started strolling around the grove, looking in all directions constantly, seemingly searching for something. The grove was not big. Yi Yuan looped once very quickly, but his brows started to furrow. Could it be that my conjectures were wrong? This Thunder Essence fruit grove's appearance was just a coincidence. Impossible. These Thunder Essence fruit's quality is pretty good. There must be a Thunder attribute treasure nearby. Yi Yuan did not give up, sauntering around the grove again. But circling around several times, Yi Yuan still did not have any discovery. Just as he was almost giving up, he suddenly glimpsed an inconspicuous Thunder Essence fruit tree out of the corner of his eyes. That Thunder Essence fruit tree was exactly the same as the other trees and did not seem to have any difference. But Yi Yuan accidentally noticed just now that Thunder Essence fruit tree grew a small flower on it. The small flower was not big. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice at all. It was just that this small flower on the tree branch appeared very disharmonious. But it not being harmonious, Yi Yuan did not mind, because with Yi Yuan's understanding towards heaven and earth's spiritual forms, this little flower by itself was sufficient. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he muttered to himself, "Oh, nearly got fooled by you. Didn't expect that this stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove was actually catalyzed and formed from an origin magnetism spirit wood. No wonder it has such quality. Your disguise was indeed flawless. But no matter how you disguise, this origin magnetism spirit flower can't be concealed, because that's where the quintessence of your lifeblood lies." Yi Yuan was astonished and pleasantly surprised at this time. He had long guessed that this stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove definitely had a Thunder attribute treasure, but he never thought that this treasure was actually an origin magnetism spirit wood. Origin magnetism spirit wood was a Thunder attribute supreme treasure. After a martial artist refined it, not only could they possess the power of thunder and lightning, they could even evolve along with the origin magnetism spirit wood's evolution. This origin magnetism spirit wood was the jinx of all corrupt and wicked things in the world. Possessing the origin magnetism spirit wood, 100 evils could not invade. Such a treasure, even Yi Yuan could not resist being moved to. This origin magnetism spirit wood was a psychic thing. When Yi Yuan slowly approached, a chunk of wood separated from that Thunder Essence fruit tree and was going to escape far away. Yi Yuan was prepared long ago. How could he give him the chance to escape? Straight away, Yi Yuan's finger moved lightly. A tuft of flames instantly surrounded the origin magnetism spirit wood. That was precisely the cleansing sandal flame Lotus's original body. Under Yi Yuan's painstaking nurturing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame already infinitely approached Tier 5. Its power was even less comparable from in the past. What the origin magnetism spirit would feared most was fire. Now that Yi Yuan's essence fire came out, the origin magnetism spirit would immediately froze there, not daring to even move. Thunder belonged to metal, sup, 1/sup. What it feared the most was fire, let alone Yi Yuan's essence fire. Yi Yuan did not hesitate. Using the essence fire to confine the origin magnetism spirit wood, he started refining directly. This origin magnetism spirit wood's rank was not high. It was merely just a Tier 5 object. It was also fortunate that it was like this that those Tier 6 old monsters were not moved. If this origin magnetism spirit would matured a little more, the thunder essence fruits catalyzed would probably not be that simple anymore. If even those Tier 6 old monsters were moved too, then it naturally had no business to do with Yi Yuan anymore. Around 2 hours later, Yi Yuan finally finished refining the origin magnetism spirit wood. During the process of refining, Yi Yuan obtained tremendous benefits too. The most straightforward reaction was breaking through a minor realm right away, reaching peak 3rd, level Soul C. Just one more step, and Yi Yuan could break through to middle stage, Soul C. Yi Yuan breaking through, the commotion caused would naturally not be small. Yuxian did not think that Yi Yuan would actually break through here. Afraid of her clansmen disturbing Yi Yuan, she commanded that people were absolutely not permitted to go over and disturb Yi Yuan. All the way until Yi Yuan finished refining the origin magnetism spirit wood. Then only did Yuxian go over to say hi. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for breaking through. Mr. Yi is truly a cultivation genius. Just how long has it been? And you actually broke through to the 3rd level Soul C already? At the same time she was congratulating, Yuxian was overwhelmed with a vicissitude of emotion too. Don't look at how Yuxian's age did not seem old. Actually, she was already over 100 years old. It was just that her age was not considered old in the demon race. But Yi Yuan was a true blue teenager. Such improvement speed truly made people perspire from shame. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Hoo-hoo, just a minor boundary. Doesn't count as much. Are the thunder essence fruits all harvested finish?" Yuxian nodded and said, "Earlier, I saw that Mr. Yi was breaking through over here, so I didn't let them come here to collect. The other places' thunder essence fruits are already harvested finish." As she was talking, Yuxian Pa-S said Yi Yuan a storage ring. "Mr. Yi, these are your thunder essence fruits. There are a total of 10,000. Please check." Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly receiving the storage ring and saying, "All right, I'm going to refine the thunder essence fruits on the spot. You help to guard me." Yuxian gave Yi Yuan a somewhat surprised glance, but nodded her head and did not say anything. A thunder attribute treasure like this, whoever saw it would not be able to resist refining directly as well. Yi Yuan's conduct was within reason too. Actually, after Yi Yuan refined the origin magnetism spirit wood, the enhancement that these thunder essence fruits had to the power of thunder and lightning within his body was already very limited. The reason why he chose to refine in front of Yuxian was only just in order to pull the wool over people's eyes. If he did not refine the thunder essence fruits, using the power of thunder and lightning at that time would appear too unexpected. One could not be without vigilance against others. The origin magnetism spirit, with this kind of treasure, even Tier 6 experts would be moved when they saw too. One had to know that this thing could evolve. as long as one slowly nurtured with their essence energy, evolving to Tier 6 was also just a matter of time. D knows if Yuan would have any malicious intent aroused if she saw this origin magnetism spirit would. Chapter 640, Wolf Fong. Chapter 640, Wolf Fong. At present, rays of brilliance appeared on Yi Yuan's body, his imposing momentum looking very appalling. This was not a false impression that Yi Yuan constructed. Different from the origin magnetism spirit, Wood's internal effect, the effects of the thunder essence fruit manifested outwards. Yi Yuan swallowed over 1,000 thunder essence fruits in one go. It was also no wonder he would have such a powerful aura. Uxian was long stunned by the sight. There were actually people who refine thunder essence fruits like this. If it were her, she would have long been directly stuffed to death by the powerful thunder and lightning force. It was just that Yi Yuan had the origin magnetism spirit wood as the base, and his physical body was exceedingly formidable too. So these thunder essence fruits were nothing much to him. Not good. Young lord, we're surrounded by the Crimson Water Nether Scorpion clan and the Flux Gold Rat clan. They said to let us hand over the thunder essence fruits. Yi Yuan was currently refining the thunder essence fruits when a Fox Clan's member came in front of Uxian in a FLU as to Uxian's expression changed, and she said, came so quickly. Go. Head outside and sweep away these cannon fodders first, and the main guy will most likely have to come out. Uxian turned her head around and discovered that Yi Yuan already finished the refinement and walked behind her. Yi Yuan brought Uxian along and exited the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove together, and discovered that a large group of people already arrived outside at present, encircling the Fox clan tightly. Gu Xia, Gold Sun, you guys actually came to my Fox clan's territory to act wildly. Do you really take us to be easy to bully? Uxian said furiously to the two at the front. Yi Yuan gave that Gu Xia and Gold Sun a measuring gaze, and discovered that their strength was actually not weaker than in Xian. But very clearly, these two people were only here to spearhead the attack. The true opponent had yet to appear. Yi Yuan was rather curious how powerful that Wolf Fong strength was to actually be able to order this Crimson Water Nether Scorpion clan and the Flux Gold Rat clan. That Gu Xia took a glance at Uxian and said with a cold smile, Thunder Essence Fruit, this sort of heaven-defying treasure, could it be that your Fox clan wishes to pocket without sharing? Our Crimson Water Nether Scorpion clan doesn't want much either. Just 3,000 will do. Gold Sun was S.H.I. plus FTYI'd, but said with a sinister look, those who see has a share. Our Flux Gold Rat clan only want 3,000 Thunder Essence Fruits as well. Uxian was just about to fly off the handle when Yi Yuan stepped forward and said, coolly, those who see has a share? Did you guys saw it? Gold Sun could not help stopping, taking a look at the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove behind Yi Yuan. How was there still any hint of the Thunder Essence Fruits? Very clearly, those Thunder Essence Fruits were long harvested clean by the Fox clan. Ha! You're the human brat that the Fox clan took in? Uxian, your Fox clan truly has such incredible nerve to actually dare to risk universal condemnation and take in a human. Regarding Yi Yuan's ident, 1. Tai Uxian was not worried long ago. She said indifferently, Mr. Yi possesses extremely strong dragon race bloodline and is one family with our demon race. What's the meaning of your words? Enough nonsense. The essence energy that this brat cultivates is exceptionally pure. If he isn't human, can he be of the demon race? Gu Xia said disdainfully, Humph. It's true that the essence energy Mr. Yi cultivates is extremely pure, but the dragon blood in his body is even purer. Didn't Xian tell you guys that he nearly kneeled down under Mr. Ye's dragon pressure? Yu Xian said without yielding in the slightest. Gu Xie and Gold Sun were both taken aback inwardly when they heard. They only knew that the Fox clan took in a human boy, and truly did not know that Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was actually so powerful, and Xian's strength was not weaker when compared to any one of them, and he actually could not endure Yi Yuan's dragon pressure. How pure did the bloodline on this brat's body have to be? Humph! Boasting, you got to prepare a draft too. How can a puny little human possibly possess such pure dragon race bloodline? Yu Xian, you're too naive. You don't think that you can scare us away with just a few words, right? Gold Sun said with a cold sneer. Evidently, Gold Sun did not believe that Yi Yuan could possess such pure dragon race bloodline at all. How was this possible? Forget about Yi Yuan, even in the entire D prohibited demon region. There was no one with such pure dragon race bloodline. Yi Yuan looked at Gold Sun and Gu Xie. Giving a light snort, he said disdainfully, "Two morons!" Gu Xie and Gold Sun's faces both changed. Their eyes became sharp, and they said in chorus, "Boy, are you courting death? The ones courting death are you guys." As he said this, Yi Yuan's dragon might was released fully. The imposing momentum on his body rose to the peak. Gu Xie's and Gold Sun's expressions changed drastically. Only at this time did they know that Yu Xian's words earlier was not exaggerated in any aspect at all. This Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was too daunting. The current Yi Yuan in their eyes was like a lofty celestial deity, while they themselves were two ants. Similar within Xian, the demonic essence in Gu Xie and Gold Sun's body became restless and unsettled. That sort of desire to submit sprouted out uncontrollably, while the clansmen behind them all kneeled down one by one as if paying respects to a sovereign. Two morons, being exploited as cannon fodders by people, and are still gleeful like children. The Thunder Essence fruits are right here. If you have the capabilities, come and take them yourselves. Yi Yuan said coldly. Each time Yi Yuan broke through a minor boundary, the dragon blood within his body would be stimulated even further. The dragon race's pressure on his body would be even more as well. The dragon pressure that he released now was even stronger than what in Xian felt back then. Gu Xie and Gold Sun did their utmost best to resist Yi Yuan's dragon pressure. Complicated expressions appeared on their faces. They discovered that what Yi Yuan said was not wrong at all. They did not know anything, and came running to the Fox clan to raise a hue. They originally thought that the Fox clan was just a soft persimmon, and under their two clans partnering up, the Fox clan would surely suffer a great deal. In the end, only after they arrived here did they discover that this human brat was actually this powerful, and Xian, that punk, definitely suffered a huge loss at Yi Yuan's hands. Otherwise, why would he be so nice to reveal the news about the Thunder Essence fruits? Gu Xie's and Gold Sun's bowels turned green from regret. Still not scramming off for me. Yi Yuan glared and said fiercely, "Ha, what an arrogant tone. Even if you possess dragon race bloodline, you're merely just a tier 4 trash. That's all. A hero isn't so easy to be." Right then, a voice suddenly was heard. Right on the heels, a figure charged towards Yi Yuan with incredible speed. "Ah, Mr. Yi, be careful." Yu Xian had just finished shouting to warn him, but that figure arrived in front of Yi Yuan long ago. Bang, bang, bang. In a blink of an eye, that figure already exchanged several dozen moves with Yi Yuan like lightning. By the time everyone came to their senses, Yi Yuan and that figure already separated. Such an exchange simply made people feel out of breath. All the way until now did everyone finally see clearly who the arrival was. When the Fox clan saw the arrival, their faces all changed drastically, especially Uxin. This person was the Wolf Fong, who nearly killed her. This man was the strongest person in the entire Azure Mountain region's junior generation. Standing there, an overwhelming aura emitted out. Under everyone's astonished eyes, his aura could actually contend with Yi Yuan's dragon pressure as equals. Indeed, Wolf Fong was still powerful, same as before. Can't even take me, this trash, down. Looks like you, this dumb wolf, are nothing more than just a trash as well. Yi Yuan looked at the Wolf Fong opposite and said coolly, Chapter 641, Demonic Transformation. Chapter 641, Demonic Transformation. Wolf Fong's expression darkened, and he looked towards Yi Yuan and said, a sharp tongue. You don't know life from death. Hand over the Thunder Essence fruits, and I'll spare you from death. Yi Yuan said smilingly, said that you're dumb and you're still unwilling to concede. Now, I'll tell you to hand over your inner core. Will you hand it over or not? What a sharp tongue. As long as you have this capability, no harm in taking it away either, Wolf Fong said with a cold smile. I'll return these words to you as well. If you have the capabilities, take the Thunder Essence fruits away, Yi Yuan said without any reservation. During this period of time, Yi Yuan had constantly been hearing how incredible and powerful Wolf Fong was, and really wanted to experience it a little with that round of testing the waters earlier. Although both parties knew that the other guy's strength was not weak, they both did not feel that they would lose. Geniuses all had their own pride and absolute self-confidence. How could they admit defeat that easily? But Wolf Fong's strength was indeed very formidable. He could actually rely on his own strength to cut off the dragon pressure. This was absolutely not what ordinary demons could do. Yi Yuan reckoned that this Wolf Fong should have awakened divine beast bloodline. Even though it was extremely faint, his cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Using it to withstand the dragon pressure was still achievable. Of course, Yi Yuan did not plan on relying on the dragon pressure to be able to make myriad beasts submit either. In the end, he still had to rely on his own fist. All right then, I'll come and take it myself. Wolf Fong finished talking and swept over towards Yi Yuan directly like a fierce gale. Illusionary Wolf Fong fist. In midair, Wolf Fong suddenly manifested countless incarnations, covering the sky and earth as he attacked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just gave a vacant smile when he saw the situation. He then slowly closed his eyes. Heart like monolith. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Yi Yuan directly entered into Heart like monolith heart realm and broke through to 5th level soul sea. Even the essence-devouring, confounding fog could not confuse Yi Yuan. How could merely illusions hoodwink Yi Yuan's eyes? Under Heart like monolith, all activities in the surroundings were all within Yi Yuan's grasp. Talking about it was slow, but all of this was actually something that happened in a blink of an eye. Right at this time, Yi Yuan turned around abruptly and unleashed a punch at Wolf Fong. Bang! The illusions which filled the skies scattered. Yi Yuan and Wolf Fong were both blasted flying out by each other. The exchange this time, they were evenly matched. Yet, this was completely not the case the way others saw it. Wolf Fong was practically the synonym for invincibility in the Azure Mountain region. There was an, body who could view his back in the young generation at all. But this opening move earlier was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. When Gu Xia and Gold Sun saw this scene, their faces had unspeakable solemnness. Did this fellow make a wild guess? This move of Wolf Fong's can be said to be unsolvable. How did he know that was Wolf Fong's true self? Gu Xia said in astonishment. Wolf Fong's illusionary Wolf Fong fist was very famous in the entire Azure Mountain region. Gu Xian naturally knew its power, but it was precisely because he knew that the shock in his heart was even greater. Those illusions were all condensed and formed by Wolf Fang with essence energy. Each one had Wolf Fang's aura, and this caused an immensely confusing situation. Differentiating which one was real was exceedingly difficult. But those illusions did not seem to have any effect at all in front of Yi Yuan. In just a twinkle, Yi Yuan found the main body. Illusion-type martial techniques had a trait. As long as one found the main body, this move was basically useless already. But the problem was, did Yi Yuan really see through it, or was his luck good? Should be a wild guess, right? How can this move of Wolf Fang's be that easy to crack? Gold Sun had shock written all over his face, too. Wolf Fang's expression was as dark as water. He similarly did not believe that Yi Yuan cracked his martial technique that easily. Illusionary Wolf Fang fist. Wolf Fang unleashed this martial technique once more, and the commotion this time was even more massive than before. For a moment, the sky was filled with Wolf Fang's illusions. This time, Wolf Fang hid even more carefully. He was confident that Yi Yuan absolutely could not see through. Yet, things did not develop like he imagined. Yi Yuan accurately found him once again. Rumble. The two people were evenly matched again. It's not a wild guess. This. How did he find the real body? Gu Xie's face had shock written all over it. How can this fellow be so strong? Luckily, we didn't fight with him just now. Otherwise, Gold Sun recalled how arrogant they were to Yi Yuan just now, and was filled with fear after the incident at this time. Fortunately, Yi Yuan only pressured them with dragon pressure earlier, and did not really attack. Otherwise, they would definitely be too miserable to look at right now. Yushu had an excited face currently. She grabbed hold of Yulong's hand and said agitatedly, "Big brother Yi Yuan is so incredible! Big brother Yi Yuan is so incredible! Did you see that, big sister Yulong? That is Wolf Fang. Wolf Fang is actually helpless against big brother Yi Yuan." Even though the shock that Yi Yuan brought to Yulong was already a lot, it was far from as intense as this time. Wolf Fang was practically an undefeatable existence in their hearts. But facing Yi Yuan, he actually could not do anything at all. Yu Lung believed that as long as the Fox clan protected the Thunder Essence fruits, they would surely rise up. I saw it. I saw it. Mr. Yi, he is really formidable. Maybe encountering Mr. Yi is our Fox clan's enormous lucky chance. The current Yulong actually swept away the frost manner she had previously and became like Yushu, becoming Yi Yuan's loyal admirers. Hee, big sister Yulong, you were still saying to definitely kill big brother Yi Yuan back then. Now you're actually also. Shut up. You, this law ass. Asking for a beating, is it? That. Hee, just kidding. I know that, big sister. Yi Lung was also for the sake of the Fox clan, Yushu said with a giggle. Terrific lad. Indeed, rather capable. No wonder you're so rampant. Wolf Fang said solemnly. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "It's not that I'm capable, but you, this dumb wolf, are too stupid. Illusions, this sort of hollow display, is only good for fooling some rookies. That's all. You aren't relying on this to be so unbridled in the Azure Mountain region, right?" When Yi Yuan's words were said, everyone had an impulse to spew blood. Was this a hollow, empty display of skill? Then what was genuine ability? Humph. So, what if you've broken my illusions? Now, I'll let you take a look at what I'm relying on to be so unbridled in the Azure Mountain region. When Wolf Fang finished talking, his entire person's aura transformed. His body gave off thick black gas. Young Lord Wolf Fang, actually demonized. This fellow is truly terrifying. I've been at the Azure Mountain region for so long and have yet to see anybody who can force young Lord to demonize. Young Lord possesses the Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline. After demonic transformation, his strength will have a huge increase. This fellow is dead, for sure. Wolf Fang's demonic transformation caused a stir. Very clearly, this sort of demonic transformation was very rarely seen. After demons take form, maintaining human form was beneficial to their cultivation. But their truly powerful state was still demonic transformation state. Under the black gas's embrace, a savage black demon wolf appeared in front of everyone. The demon wolf revealed sharp wolf fangs and sharp claws, looking very harrowing. Wolf Fang's pair of pitch-black eyes stared at Yi Yuan ferociously, his gaze revealing a murderous gleam. But when Yi Yuan saw the situation, he laughed without any care and said, "I say, turns out that this dumb wolf, still has some capabilities. To actually possess the divine beast, Black Sky, divine wolf bloodline. But isn't this bloodline of yours a little too faint?" The demonized Wolf Fang actually uttered human words out of his mouth. He said, "I hope that you can still laugh in a while." Chapter 642, Origin Magnetic Field. Chapter 642, Origin Magnetic Field. Swaz. H. Plus Wolf Fang had just finished speaking, and he instantly vanished from sight. Bang! An intense collision. Yi Yuan was knocked flying out directly after the demonic transformation. Wolf Fang's speed was simply unfathomable. Apart from Yi Yuan, practically no one could see Wolf Fang's trajectory trails clearly. Big brother Yi Yuan. When Yu Shu saw this scene, she could not help getting a huge shock and was going to dash towards Yi Yuan. Swaz. H. Plus, it was only to hear the sound of the air howling. Wolf Fang actually headed for Yu Shu, but at this time there was already an body who could react to it. Except for Yi Yuan. Bang! Under the situation where no one saw how he made his move, Yi Yuan was sent flying out, hugging Yu Shu. What happened just now? Wasn't that brat injured? How did he save that little fox? No idea. Couldn't see it clearly at all. The two of their speed is too fast. Too scary. After Wolf Fang demonized, his speed and strength most likely increased a fold. This brat could actually still react to it. If it were me, I'd have been directly killed in a single move by Wolf Fang. Just now, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan reached Yu Shu's side instantly, and he blocked the attack of Wolf Fang, whose strength had skyrocketed. But the scene that happened earlier was seriously too fast. Yi Yuan could only just save Yu Shu. Therefore, Wolf Fang still succeeded, wounding Yi Yuan. Poor! A mouthful of blood spewed from Yi Yuan's mouth. Fresh blood dyed Yu Shu's clothes red. Big brother Yi Yuan, it's all my fault. Sniff, sniff. If not in order to save me, you wouldn't have suffered injuries. Sniff, sniff. Yu Shu started crying in Yi Yuan's embrace. Yi Yuan received a blow from Wolf Fang. His insides were experiencing indescribable pain. Fortunately, Yi Yuan avoided the attack from reaching his vitals by a hair earlier, or else he would already be a dead person now. This Wolf Fang was truly unscrupulous. When fighting with him, he actually still dared to harm the innocent. If it were others, then forget it. But Yi Yuan's impression towards Yu Shu was pretty good. He naturally could not bear to watch her be killed by Wolf Fang Pa.S. Sively, succeeding in one blow, Wolf Fang finally revealed his figure. Boy, you indeed have some skills. Under my demonized state, you can actually barely manage to keep up with my speed. But your heart is too soft and not suitable for this world where the prey is food and the strong feast. A person like you is bound to not walk far. Wolf Fang said delightedly with a gaping, savage-looking mouth. Just now, Yushu suddenly ran out. Wolf Fang had a flash of inspiration and thought of sneak attacking Yushu. In the end, Yi Yuan really fell for it, using his own body to help Yushu block this attack. And, Body felt that Wolf Fang doing this was in any way inappropriate. The demon world was this cruel. Whoever could live, whoever would be the victor. Yi Yuan slowly stood up, but did not pay attention to Wolf Fang's taunts. He forced a smile at Yushu and said, "Big brother, Yi Yuan is fine. Big brother, Yi Yuan will help you all slaughter these fellows, all right? Sniff, sniff, don't. You're already hurt and definitely not Wolf Fang's match. We'd better give the Thunder Essence fruits to them," Yushu said sobbingly. If it were others, Yi Yuan would surely think that this was being afraid of Wolf Fang. But Yi Yuan knew that this little La S was thinking about his safety. If Yushu clung to life and feared death, she would not have run out suddenly just now as well. Even a fool knew that that kind of situation was very dangerous. Ha ha ha, what shameless boasting. You couldn't even keep up with my speed when you were at full power. Now that you suffered heavy injuries, what's your basis for killing me? Boy, just based on this sentence of yours, I'll let you die a horrible death. Wolf Fang said savagely. Yi Yuan pushed lightly, sending Yushu to Yuxian's side. Take good care of Yushu. If anything happens, you'll be held responsible. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yuxian's expression changed, and she said with a nod, "Rest assured. With me around, she'll be fine." Yuxian had thought that Yi Yuan was using Yushu as an excuse all along. She did not think that Yi Yuan actually disregarded his well-being and almost lost his life under Wolf Fang's claws earlier for Yushu's sake. Could it be that Yi Yuan was interested in Yushu? Otherwise, why would he strive so desperately to talk about looks? She was only above Yushu's. Yi Yuan had no reason to take fancy on Yushu. Yuxian obviously did not know that as long as Yi Yuan acknowledged a friend, he would do this for all. Settling Yushu down, Yi Yuan involuntarily looked at Wolf Fang and said, "You, a dumb wolf, court death yourself. Then don't blame me." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished, but Wolf Fang gave a cold snort and said, "Shameless boasting, overestimating your own ability." Finished talking, his figure unexpectedly vanished too. Bang! The two people clashed once more. But this time, Wolf Fang was sent flying out directly. The Wolf Fang after the demonic transformation, his skin was COA, RSE, and his flesh was thick. Yi Yuan's attack did not cause much damage to him. He crawled up with a grunt, a look of disbelief revealed in his wolf gaze. How is that possible? What my Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline specializes most in is speed. How can you possibly be even faster than me? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Dumb wolf, ignoring that your bloodline is pitiably thin, even if you're really of the Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline. Do you really think that you're unbeatable? Get ready to take a beating." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure vanished from sight once again. Impossible. It must be a fluke just now. Wolf Fang vanished once more as well. Bang! Without any surprise, Wolf Fang was beaten flying by Yi Yuan once more. This time, Yi Yuan did not give Wolf Fang the chance to talk anymore, directly pouncing over. Bang! 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 Other people could not see how the two people attacked at all, but they all saw that during every exchange, Wolf Fang was beaten flying by Yi Yuan. Very clearly, Wolf Fang could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. Each hit was like a heavy hammer SMAs. Plussing onto everyone's heart. Guxie was shocked to his core. How is this possible? Wolf Fang's scariest thing is his speed, but he actually trounced Wolf Fang utterly in speed. Just how did this fellow accomplish it? I clearly feel that his speed isn't as fast as Wolfang's, but each time it's Wolfang getting beaten. Why is this so? Gold Sun said in bewilderment. And seems like it's really what you said. But just why is this so? Wolfang was depressed until he wanted to vomit blood right now. In his eyes, Yi Yuan's speed was clearly slower than his. But every time he was almost going to touch Yi Yuan, it was like sinking into a quagmire. His speed slowed down instantaneously. Then afterward, he helplessly watched Yi Yuan pummel him brutally. Awoo! 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 The surroundings did not have much noise. Only howling sounds sounded over from time to time. Bang! Yi Yuan used his feet to kick, directly kicking Wolfang into the ground. Yi Yuan stood in the air, just like a wargie. O-D rumble. Wolfang directly tunneled out from the mud and snarled, "You, just what kind of heretic skill did you use? Why is it that once I arrive in front of you, it's like entering a marsh?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Dumb wolf, I'll let die with a clear understanding then. This is called Origin Magnetic Field. All right, enough fun. I can send you on your way now." Chapter 643, Divine Beast Oppression. Chapter 643, Divine Beast Oppression. The Origin Magnetism Spirit was a thunder attribute, supreme treasure, possessing power that ordinary people could not imagine. The thunder essence fruits were catalyzed by the Origin Magnetism Spirit wood, and these could already make the demon races wanted to S and ATCH them. Even Wolfang, the strongest person of their generation, could not resist showing up. Then how powerful the Origin Magnetism Spirit wood itself was, one could only imagine it. Yi Yuan's research regarding Florus had already reached the standard of acme of perfection and was not foreign to this Origin Magnetism Spirit wood. And the Origin Magnetic Field was one of the strongest attributes of the Origin Magnetism Spirit wood. This Origin Magnetic Field was an existence similar to a gravity field, but it was goodness knows how many times stronger than ordinary gravity fields. Unless the martial artist's strength was much stronger than the Origin Magnetism Spirit wood's rank. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to break free from the Origin Magnetic Field. Unfortunately, Wolfang could not reach such a standard. So once he entered the Origin Magnetic Field, he could only be at the mercy of Yi Yuan. The Origin Magnetism Spirit wood was extremely rare. Furthermore, its elusiveness was very high. If it were somebody else, they could not possibly discover that within this Thunder Essence fruit grove, there was still an even higher grade treasure existing. Hence, Wolfang was unable to comprehend why he was being pummeled by Yi Yuan, and this was also within reason. Actually, Yi Yuan was not planning on killing Wolfang originally, because he did not wish to offend the Tier 6 old ancestor behind Wolfang. But just now, Wolfang almost killed Yushu. This made Yi Yuan really give rise to killing intent. Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, sweeping towards Wolfang with incredible speed. Flame, movement, true dragon carnage, ACCU. Mulat strength for release. As long as Wolfang entered the Origin Magnetic Field, he would be at the mercy of Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, everyone was greatly taken aback. They did not think that Yi Yuan really dared to take his life. One had to know that mighty ent, one, tied behind Wolfang was the Azure Mountain region's pinnacle existence. If he killed Wolfang, Yi Yuan would not be far from death as well. The might of a Tier 6 powerhouse was not what ordinary people could imagine. Boy, if you dare to kill me, you'll die without a burial ground. Seeing Yi Yuan dashed over, this time Wolfang was truly frightened. He had always commanded the wind and rain in the Azure Mountain region, and had never been so close to death before. He had also never thought that someone would dare to kill him. But now, When this person really showed up, Wolf Fong discovered that he was actually indescribably terrified. He struggled to crawl up and ran for his life. But he was already severely wounded right now. How could he run still? Then you give it a try and see if I dare to kill you or not. Yi Yuan was talking, but his hands did not slow down the slightest bit. He caught up to Wolf Fong in a blink of an eye and launched a punch over. Right at this instant, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan's red colossal dragon was actually halted in midair, forcefully, unable to advance an inch. An extremely terrifying strength instantly shackled Yi Yuan up. Crack! Under this strength, the colossal red dragon was actually crushed to smithereens directly. Yi Yuan's expression changed. A Tier 6 expert. This power, Yi Yuan was all too familiar. This was the power belonging to a Tier 6 boundless realm powerhouse. Back then, Zhao Tianyin used this move to crush Yi Yuan until he practically kneeled onto the ground. But at that time, Yi Yuan was just a puny little crystal formation realm who had no leeway to resist at all. The current Yi Yuan was already more than 100 times stronger than back then. Even if he was not a Tier 6 expert's match, it was also not without the slightest chance to struggle. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. An unparalleled aura instantly erupted. This time, he did not scruple to employ the nameless essence energy. Crack! The surrounding S, P, A, C seemed to be shattered. Yi Yuan actually shook off that shackling force directly. Right then, a figure silently appeared in front of Wolf Fong. Human boy, you indeed have some capabilities. Just at the Soul Sea realm, and you can actually shake off a Tier SIXS essence energy confinement, said the figure coolly. It was also that Yi Yuan was very opposed to this sort of essence energy restraint, because it made him remember the humiliation back then. That was why he stopped at no expense and employed the nameless essence energy. Before his eyes was a middle-aged man dressed in black. His body gave off a faintly discernible power, making people have a feeling of being unable to grasp it. But without any doubt, he was that Tier 6 powerhouse who had made a move. Looks like you are the Black-Wind demonic wolf clan's old ancestor, Lang Hun. Yi Yuan looked at the other party, his expression slightly darkened. The pressure that this Lang Hun gave him was too great. Yi Yuan could sense that even though this Lang Hun was only initial stage Tier 6, he was much stronger than Zhao Tianyin. Lang Hun did not seem to be mind Yi Yuan's rudeness. He said coolly, "That's right. This old man is precisely Lang Hun. You almost killed Wolf Fong just now. This score, how should we settle it?" Yi Yuan seemed to be indifferent to this, and said coolly, "Wolf Fong, he deserves to be killed." His reply was only several simple words, but sonorous and forceful. Yi Yuan would never explain that he did not wish to kill people. That way seemed to show that he was apprehensive of the other party. Forget about facing a Tier 6 expert. Even if a Tier 9 powerhouse were standing in front of Yi Yuan, he would not lower his head either. This was the pride of a peak alchemy emperor, and this was also Yi Yuan's own lofty and unyielding character. If he wanted to kill people, then he would kill. Towards Yi Yuan's ATT, a toot of not even feeling like explaining, a flicker of amazement flashed across Lang Hun's eyes too, and even a trace of wariness. This point, probably even he himself did not detect it too. In the Azure Mountain region, whoever dared to climb on top of his head had to explain a little no matter what, right? But this boy in front of him actually dared to be so unbridled. Was this fellow really a hothead, or was he ignorant of how the world works? But being scorned by a junior like this, Lang Hun also felt that his face had nowhere to put. His tone deepened slightly as he said, "Boy, don't say that this old man didn't give you the opportunity. Wolf Fang is my Black-Wind demonic wolf clan's successor. You touched him, so you must pay a corresponding price. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said nonchalantly, "Make a move then." Yi Yuan decided that even if he had to unleash all of his trump cards, he would also have to chop off a wolf's leg. Lang Hun was stunned again. This brat really made people speechless. He clearly did not have the intention of killing people. Could this brat really not tell? If he really wanted to kill people, why would he talk so much AP with Yi Yuan? It was naturally not that Yi Yuan could not see it. He also knew that the other party was waiting for him to give a stage to step down. But in Yi Yuan's eyes, the other party was not worthy at all. And, body could make him. Yi Yuan lower his head. Humph. Brat, I know that you have extremely pure dragon race bloodline, and must also be proud because of this. Since that's the case, I'll punish you with divine beast bloodline. I'll let you know that someone from the dragon race that has not matured is nothing. Lang Huan said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was stunned and had not reacted, yet when a pressure that blotted out the sky and earth engulfed everything swept over towards him. This sort of pressure was very similar to the dragon pressure that he released previously, but without any question, this divine beast oppression was much stronger than his. This was a true divine beast oppression. When the Black Sky Divine Wolf's bloodline emerged, who could compete with such being? The next instant, all the demon races present were all brought deeply into submission, not even having the courage to raise their heads. And the true dragon bloodline within Yi Yuan's body actually automatically welled up under this divine beast oppression. Chapter 644, Dragon Lord. Chapter 644, Dragon Lord. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt his entire body was burning hot. He felt like every cell in his body seemed to be burning. And all of this was not under his control at all. It was all guided by the dragon blood in his body itself. But Yi Yuan did not intentionally try to suppress it. Instead, he left it entirely to its discretion. Yi Yuan knew that even though he already wiped away the dragon blood's original will, the proud dragon race bloodline was still unable to tolerate the oppression of the Black Sky Divine Wolf, this sort of trash bloodline. Therefore, it activated by itself. The Black Sky Demonic Wolf bloodline in Lang Hun's body was extremely thick. Adding in the suppression of rank, Yi Yuan's bones were rattling from being crushed. But the proud dragon race bloodline could not tolerate any bit of insult at all. One had to admit that Lang Hun's Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline was truly incomparably pure. It was entirely not what Wolf Fang, that half-baked demon, could compare to. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, although his dragon race bloodline was very pure, there was still a large portion that had yet to be digested by his body. It was not that Yi Yuan did not wish to, but Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was seriously too low. A half-divine beast, rank dragon blood. Even if a Tier 7 or Tier 8 powerhouse came to refine it, they would not be able to fully digest it either. The road of Yi Yuan refining the dragon blood still had a long way remaining. The majority of the dragon blood's power was hidden in Yi Yuan's blood vessels. Being stimulated by the Black Sky Divine Wolf's pressure at this time, it seethed uncontrollably. Arg! All of a sudden, Yi Yuan lifted his head and gave a long howl. An unparalleled dragon race oppression erupted from his body. Lang Hun had that sort of calm and collected expression all along. But at this moment, his expression became incomparably ugly. An azure light indistinctly appeared and faded on Yi Yuan's body, and actually isolated him completely from his divine beast oppression. No matter how Lang Hun powered his divine beast oppression, he discovered to his dismay that he could not advance an inch at all. Suddenly, Yi Yuan snapped open both eyes. An extremely shocking gaze burst forth from his eyes. Puchi! Yi Yuan's upper garment broke off inch by inch. Under Lang Hun's horrified gaze, a white scale actually faintly emerged on Yi Yuan's body. This white scale presented as a crescent moon shape, giving people a soul-stirring pressure. A reverse scale. Lang Hun sucked in a cold breath. Clearly, he was immensely shocked by the scene before his eyes. Dragons had a reverse scale that must not be touched. Lang Hun initially only wanted to give Yi Yuan a lesson. He did not expect that it actually stimulated the dragon race bloodline within Yi Yuan's body, making Yi Yuan's body give birth to a reverse scale. Body manifesting a reverse scale. Yi Yuan's true dragon bloodline advanced a step further. Boom! Lang Hun was actually frightened by Yi Yuan's aura and directly fell back several steps. And that originally soul-stirring black sky divine wolf bloodline was directly scattered into a mess by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Those demon races were still kneeling submissively on the ground, but the expression on their faces became different. Previously, each and every one of them clenched their jaws tightly. Clearly, it was caused by the divine beast bloodline suppression. But now, each of their faces was all incomparably pious. That was wars. H-I+P coming from the heart. A true king did not cow all living creatures into submission with martial power, but made all life look up to him from the bottom of their hearts. The black sky divine wolf clearly did not possess this sort of qualifications. And the ones possessing this sort of qualifications was probably only the 4 great divine beasts, that sort of level of a powerhouse. What were you saying just now? A dragon that has not matured is nothing? Yi Yuan already recovered to normal at this time, looking at the befuddled Lang Hun, and said coolly. Lang Hun's expression had indescribably ugliness. Being questioned by Yi Yuan like this, his old face could not help reddening. Earlier, he was still thinking of using bloodline to suppress Yi Yuan, who knew that he overreached himself and was actually counter-suppressed by Yi Yuan. This face-smacking act, it was really resounding. Only at this instant did Lang Huan deeply experience what was called a true dragon race bloodline. The reason why Lang Hun was wary of Yi Yuan was because of his dragon race ident. 1. Tai. The dragon race. This was a race that made all the demon races apprehensive, possessing a powerful divine beast bloodline. Lang Hun could understand the might of the dragon race bloodline even more. With Yi Yuan's dragon blood purity, he definitely had extremely deep connections with the dragon race. If they really touched Yi Yuan, once the dragon race retaliated, the Black-Wind demonic wolves clan was inadequate. If what flowed in Yi Yuan's body was the bloodline of other races, Lang Hun would have slapped him to death long ago. Why would he talk so much rubbish with him? It was this old man's fault. This old man apologizes to Mr. Yi on behalf of the Black-Wind demonic wolf clan. With this, everyone was stunned. Yi Yuan already put away the dragon race oppression on his body at this time. Those demon races also raised their heads one by one, and then they saw this scene. The Black-Wind demonic wolves clan old ancestor standing at the pinnacle of the Azure Mountain region actually lowered his head to a youth 2 major cultivation realms lower than him. This scene was simply too unbelievable. Just as everyone had stupefied looks, an aged figure floated down. It was precisely Yu Huan. Yu Xin and Wolf Fong stay behind. The rest all disperse for me. Those who stay, kill without mercy. Yu Huan's Tier 6 expert aura undulated out. Everyone H-I+ Verad in fear secretly. At this time, Lang Hun opened his mouth too. All get lost for me. 2 mighty Tier 6 powerhouses present. It was not up to the others to dare say anything else. They could only disperse by themselves. Very soon, there were only 5 people outside of the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove. Wolf Clan's 2 people, Fox Clan's 2 people, and Yi Yuan. Actually, up until now, Yi Yuan was also very puzzled the entire time as well. He could not figure out why Lang Hun's change of attitude would be so apparent. But the following scene made Yi Yuan even more amazed. Yu Huan and Wolf Fang exchanged a look and actually bowed down towards Yi Yuan at the same time. Blackwind Demonic Wolves Clan, Lang Hun, Jade-Faced Fairy Fox Clan, Yu Huan, pays respect to Dragon Lord. The 2 people both gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan, making Yi Yuan have a bewildered look. Hang on, what are you guys talking about? Why don't I understand anything at all? Dragon Lord. What's a Dragon Lord? Yi Yuan waved his hands and asked. It was not just Yi Yuan, but Yu Xian and Wolf Fang both also had blank looks on their face. They could not figure out at all why their own old ancestor would have this attitude towards Yi Yuan. One had to know that the 2 old ancestors were both Tier 6 experts. They were existences that could do whatever they wished in the Azure Mountain region. But such experts actually bowed down towards a human Tier 4 martial artist. Lang Hun hesitated for a bit and said, Dragon Lord has just given birth to your reverse scale. There are probably still many things that you don't know. Wait until Dragon Lord's strength becomes powerful and you'll naturally know everything. The matters of the dragon race are not what our lesser races can meddle in. Lang Hun and Wolf Fang have offended Dragon Lord previously. Dragon Lord, please forgive. Yi Yuan felt at a loss on what to do. At the behest of supernatural powers, he followed with a sentence. If I don't forgive... Bang! Lang Hun directly slapped a palm onto Wolf Fang's body, sending him flying. Except that his gaze did not have any hint of pity at all. He bowed towards Yi Yuan again and said, This old man has wasted 10 years of Wolf Fang's cultivation. I hope that Dragon Lord forgives his actions prior to this. Wolf Fang possesses the Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline after all. Dragon Lord, please show leniency. That scene earlier happened too quickly, resulting in Yi Yuan not reacting at all. He only asked a sentence probingly just now and did not expect that Lang Hun directly took action and wasted 10 years of Wolf Fang's cultivation. This ident, 1, Tie of Dragon Lord, seemed to be pretty decent. Chapter 645, Wind Thunder Extreme, Light, Shuttling Art. Chapter 645, Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling Art inside a deep hall in the Blackwind Demonic Wolf Clan. Wolf Fang had a look of indignation. Old ancestor, with your strength, killing that brat is as easy as blowing away dust. Why do this? 10 years of cultivation. Wolf Fang roared. Slap. One slap from Lang Hun directly smacked Wolf Fang flying out. Who gave you the nerve to speak to me like that? Lang Hun's expression fell slightly as he said. Half of Wolf Fang's face was swollen high up. He covered his face. Disbelief was written all over his face. He was the Blackwind Demonic Wolves Clan's darling. Old ancestor had always valued him highly. But this time, old ancestor actually wasted 10 years of his cultivation because of Yi Yuan. This made him unable to comprehend. Only at this instance did Wolf Fang recall that his own old ancestor was not a nice person to deal with. It was just that so many years of indulgence towards him made him forget this fact. Now that old ancestor was enraged, Wolf Fang was also thoroughly startled awake. Oh, old ancestor, I was just agitated for a moment and forgot my sense of propriety. Old ancestor, please forgive. Wolf Fang said aggrievedly. Humph, this old man doing this naturally have the reason for doing so. You, as the Blackwind Demonic Wolf Clan's young lord, if you can't even understand this point as well, what do I want you for? Lang Hun said with a cold snort. Wolf Fong was startled inwardly. He lost his head in his anger. Just now, that was why he lost his presence of mind. 10 years of bitter cultivation ruined in a day. How could Wolf Fong be calm in his heart? Among our demon races, many possess the dragon race bloodline. But in this G.O.D. prohibited demon region, those possessing true dragon bloodline are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. That brat birthing a reverse scale, he is of the genuine dragon race. And genuine dragons only came out from inside there. Understood? When mentioning inside there, these two words, Lang Hun seemed to have recalled something terrifying and was incomparably fearful. Same as Lang Hun, Wolf Fong was similarly greatly surprised. Seeing Wolf Fong's expression, Lang Hun knew that he understood and said coolly, "Now, you understand why this old man did that, right?" Wolf Fong nodded his head solemnly and said, "Old ancestor, it was all Wolf Fong being rash and nearly ruined an important affair. Old ancestor, please Poonies. H. Plus, not to the extent of Poonies. H. I also didn't expect that brat called Yi Yuan actually possesses orthodox true dragon bloodline. Initially, I was just thinking of teaching him a lesson. Didn't expect that I actually helped him to advance a step further. But that Yi Yuan is clearly a human. Why would he possess orthodox true dragon bloodline?" Wolf Fong said in puzzlement, "I'm not sure about this either. But no matter what, this brat definitely has extremely deep connections with the dragon race. At any rate, it's also not what we, the lesser races, can meddle in." As he said, Lang Hun supported a fruit from underneath in his palm and threw it to Wolf Fong, saying, "Eat it. It's enough to compensate 10 years of your cultivation. You have the strongest Black Sky Divine wolf bloodline in my Black-Wind demonic wolf clan. When doing things in the future, don't be so rash." H. Plus, Wolf Fong received that fruit. His face revealed an expression of wild elation as he hurriedly said, "Thank you very much, old ancestor." A similar scene likewise happened in the Jade-Faced Fairy Fox clan's domain. What was different was that Yi Yuan was present too. Every few hundred years, a young dragon race expert will come out from that place. We refer to him as Dragon Lord. Every generation's Dragon Lord's appearance would all leave behind a legend. Their bloodline power is too strong. Once they mature, they are virtually unrivaled. We suspect that Dragon Lord is the young dragon race expert sent out from there to be tempered. Calculating according to the time, there should roughly be a Dragon Lord appearing as well, Yu Huan said. Yi Yuan asked curiously after listening, "I'm just a human, not some Dragon Lord. That Lang Hun can't even see this point?" Yu Huan shook her head and said, "Of course he could tell, but this doesn't stop him from feeling wary of you. The dragon race's might is simply not what we, the lesser races, are able to imagine. Even if you're human, your ties with the dragon race are definitely very deep too. Lang Hun, he dare not take this risk. Furthermore, the Dragon Lord birthing a reverse scale would be a real dragon, saying that you're the Dragon Lord. And, oh, Body dares to not believe it either. Like this, is that whatever Dragon Lord really so powerful?" Yi Yuan said curiously, "More than just powerful. Every generation's Dragon Lord's appearance would stir up a sanguinary slaughter in the G.O.D. prohibited demon region. And among them, the vast majority all became invincible existences in the G.O.D. prohibited demon region." Yu Huan said, "All right then. Since Lang Han is mistaken, then let him be mistaken to the end. Either way, I'm not some Dragon Lord. Old ancestor, Yu Huan doesn't need to address me like so as well. I'll enter closed seclusion for a few days first, then set off for Dongming region." Yi Yuan said, "This Yu Huan wanted to speak, but stopped herself. What? If there's anything, just say. Hesitate, for what? Yi Yuan said perplexedly. Dragon Lord, you are going to Dongming region this time, so make sure to be careful of the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan. Don't get into a conflict with them. And why? Yi Yuan asked curiously. On the path of the previous generation Dragon Lord's rise up, he directly annihilated the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan's young lord. They have an irreconcilable death feud with the dragon race. The 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan are also divine beast progenies. Their dragon race bloodline is extremely strong, and they do not fear the dragon race. Yi Yuan came to understand, but he said without any care, my goal this trip is in order to find the Azure Spirit Tree. As long as they don't come and provoke me, I naturally won't go and provoke them. After obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree, Yi Yuan should be thinking of ways to leave the prohibited demon region too. The outside world's war, the endless world situation, was probably not looking good. Yi Yuan could not quite set his mind at ease as well. In the dense forest, lightning revolved around Yi Yuan's body. A cool breeze followed. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's figure vanished from sight. When he appeared again, Yi Yuan's figure was already several tens of thousands of feet away. And this was merely just something which happened in a blink of an eye. Ho! This wind thunder extreme light shuttling art is really hard to train. In 3 days, I've only just learned the fundamentals. But even if it's just learning the basics, if I run into Wolf Fang now, I can also completely trounce him in speed. Yi Yuan muttered to himself. These 3 days' time, Yi Yuan had been training this wind thunder extreme light shuttling art all along. This was an extremely formidable martial technique, but the cultivation conditions and difficulty were extremely harsh. One needed to comprehend wind and thunder, 2 kinds of concepts at the same time. Furthermore, it needed to reach the level of true intent simultaneously. Yi Yuan had long comprehended the true intent of wind flow, but to want to train in this martial technique, he lacked the true intent of thunder. The origin magnetism spirit was a natural thunder attribute, supreme treasure, carrying the concept of thunder itself. With Yi Yuan refining the origin magnetism spirit, he could muster the concept of thunder at the same time. It was no different from comprehending it himself. Now that the wind and thunder true intents were already mastered, Yi Yuan could finally cultivate this martial technique. The formidable aspect of this martial technique was that it could advance in the wake of the martial artist's concepts comprehension advancing. If Yi Yuan grasped a supreme true intent, then his speed would be heaven-defying. But the training difficulty of this wind thunder extreme light shuttling art still somewhat exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. 3 days' time, Yi Yuan merely cultivated this skill to the entry level. Although it was just entry level, Yi Yuan's current speed was much greater than before too. Absorbing the origin magnetism spirit, and consuming the thunder essence fruits, me breaking through to the 4th level soul sea, now is already something that happens naturally as the channels are formed. Yi Yuan said, Chapter 646, Misunderstanding. Chapter 646, Misunderstanding. Quickly look. Someone is transcending tribulation. Yi, that direction. Isn't it where Mr. Yi is cultivating at? Could it be Mr. Yi is transcending the tribulation? Isn't Mr. Yi initial stage tier 4? You look at how terrifying the tribulation clouds in the sky are. Why does it look like transcending a greater heavenly tribulation? All of a sudden, the tribulation clouds suddenly arrived. Inside, the jade-faced fairy fox clan immediately became lively. Many people all knew that Yi Yuan went into the dense forest to cultivate, but did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually going to break through to middle stage Soul Sea realm so quickly. After human martial artists broke through to the Soul Sea realm, every minor stage breakthrough would likewise invoke a heavenly tribulation. It was just that this sort of heavenly tribulation, compared to the 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation Yi Yuan transcended previously, was way lacking. Such a heavenly tribulation was called lesser heavenly tribulation, although the might could not be compared to a greater heavenly tribulation. The lesser heavenly tribulation similarly appeared according to the martial artist's strength, a moment of carelessness, and one would still lose their lives and go to the netherworld. Yi Yuan's lesser heavenly tribulation was terrifyingly powerful. It was completely not like a Tier 4 martial artist transcending tribulation. Yu Xian looked at the tribulation clouds far away and murmured, "Mr. Ye's strength in itself is too powerful. The heavenly tribulation brought down is too terrifying. Even if it's me, I don't dare to say that I can transcend this heavenly tribulation either." Is this really a lesser heavenly tribulation? Such a heavenly tribulation, can Mr. Yi transcends the tribulation successfully? Big Brother Yi Yuan is so incredible even when transcending tribulations. I believe that with Big Brother Yi Yuan's strength, he can definitely transcend past it. Yushu had long become Yi Yuan's brain-dead fan already. This La S are really heartless. I know that Mr. Yi is incredible, but this heavenly tribulation isn't a joke. No, wait. In that heavenly tribulation, there still seems to be a soul tribulation, dual tribulations arriving together. Mr. Yi, he's actually transcending the heavenly tribulation and soul tribulation at the same time. Yu Xian drew a cold breath. Yu Xian felt that her brain somewhat could not quite wrap itself around it. Regardless who transcended tribulations, they would all choose to transcend the heavenly tribulation and soul tribulation separately. But Yi Yuan actually wanted to transcend simultaneously. How powerful a self-confidence did this need? When Yushu heard Yu Xian say so, her tiny fists clenched tightly too. Clearly, she was very worried, but she still said stubbornly, "No matter what, Big Brother Yi Yuan will definitely be fine." Yu Xian looked at Yushu and could not help being at a loss for words. If it were before, she would definitely reproach Yushu for being insensible. But now, she knew that Yi Yuan regarded Yushu with special attention. No matter what, she did not dare to say this sort of words to Yushu anymore. The audience were currently discussing animatedly when suddenly a clear sound of a dragon roar came from the distance. Under everyone's astonished eyes, a colossal red dragon surged upwards, heading straight for the skies. Boom! The Civ dragon directly dispersed the tribulation clouds, leaving everyone staring with a dumbfounded look and agape mouths. Isn't this too exaggerated as well? I've never seen before that one could still transcend tribulations like this. Mr. Yi is indeed well deserving of someone possessing the dragon race bloodline. This strength is too heaven-defying. After roughly 10 days, 3 figures said through a broad path, "Big Brother Yi Yuan, I can't anymore. You and Young Lord's movement speed are seriously too fast. Behind Yi Yuan," Yushu said while gasping for air. Originally, Yu Huan was only planning on letting Yu Xian accompany Yi Yuan alone. Who knew that Yushu sneaked out directly and tailed behind Yi Yuan and Yu Xian, the two of them, along the way? With Yi Yuan's strength, how could Yushu possibly conceal it? Before long, Yushu was ferreted out, but Yi Yuan did not say much and brought her along straight away. In comparison to Yu Xian, Yi Yuan still liked Yushu, this innocent and radiant little lot, more. With her accompanying along the way. It was pretty good too. The three people Pa-S said through multiple regions along the way. UXIN brought to play a fair bit of effect. She was very clear about the distribution of the topography and avoided those clans who were slightly stronger. This whole trip, they did not run into any danger. Occasionally, there were some blind clans that could not even withstand Yi Yuan's true dragon oppression. N. Russ. H. I. Plussing on the journey, these 2 days was tough. Let's rest here for a bit, then, Yi Yuan said. Along the way, Yi Yuan was not idle either. He could just make use of the journeying time to train. He had been cultivating the wind thunder extreme light shuttling art constantly. These 10-over days, this martial technique was already cultivated to minor accomplishment realm. If not for the sake of waiting for UXIN and Yushu, he would have reached long ago. The three people directly took a rest by the roadside. UXIN said, "Ahead along this road, there's still half a day's journey, and we'll be able to enter the Dongming region's boundary. The Azure Mountain region is only a place which is next to the border. Dongming region is the deprohibited demon region, true core region. The races here, regardless whether it is the numbers or individual strength, are on entirely different levels from the Azure Mountain region. The Blackwind demonic wolf clan, when placed here, are merely just among the below average to average clans. Towards the might of this prohibited demon region, Yi Yuan had long gotten used to it. Any single one of the clans that randomly walked out of here could sweep across a small world. N. When you send me to the Dark Fiend Tiger's domain, bring Yushu along and head back. At that time, I'll naturally have compensation, Yi Yuan said. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, UXIN and Yushu both revealed expressions of reluctance. But they also knew that this here was not their world. The jade-faced fairy fox clan was too weak and completely could not adapt to the law of the jungle here. Yi Yuan making them go back was actually protecting them. The three people rested for a bit, then set off for Dongming region. What surprised Yi Yuan was that once they entered Dongming region's boundary, they got surrounded by a group of burly men. The strength of the dark-faced, brawny man leading the group was not ordinary. He was at the peak initial stage Tier 5 cultivation. It was just that he indiscriminately said, "Ha, you spies. Want to secretly infiltrate my fire source true Dipper Bear clan? Dream on. Brothers, pummel them." Yi Yuan's expression fell. This bunch of fellows said that they were spies without rhyme or reason, truly courting death. When a brawny man brandished a hammer that was just about to land on Yi Yuan's head, Yi Yuan's figure unexpectedly vanished. Arg! It was only to hear a miserable cry. The dark-faced, brawny man leading was directly lifted up by Yi Yuan and slammed onto a large tree. Peak initial stage, Tier 5 expert, actually did not have the slightest leeway to resist under Yi Yuan's might. The wind thunder extreme light shuttling art coupled with the origin magnetic field, his strength mowed down all resistance. Those big, stupid bears did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made a move at all. These fellows are so unreasonable. We only want to borrow the path here. Provoked you, and you want to viciously kill us, Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. That dark-faced, burly man's build was extremely large, but was pinned onto the tree by Yi Yuan. No matter how he struggled, he could not shake free either. His face grew black and red. Cough, cough, cough. If you have the capabilities, kill me. Young lord will definitely take revenge for me. You spies want to infiltrate our territory to fish for information? No way. The dark-faced, burly man said chokingly. Yi Yuan had a baffled look and said crossly, "We just want to go to the Dark Fiend Tiger's territory and need to pass south through from your place here. That's all. What spies and whatnots?" The burly man was stunned too and said, you guys aren't here for the fire source crystal? Chapter 647, Easing Up the Line to Reel in More Easily. Chapter 647, Easing Up the Line to Reel in More Easily Fire Source Crystals. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed as he said, I didn't say anything. The dark-faced, burly man realized that his tongue slipped and hurriedly covered up his mouth. Yi Yuan knew that this was a misunderstanding and naturally could not kill people randomly as well. This dark-faced, burly man was slow in the head. Although he transformed into human form, he was still a big, dumb bear. Yi Yuan still had not figured out the situation yet, and this big, dumb bear let his tongue slip himself. But the fire source crystals that this big dumb bear mentioned really moved Yi Yuan somewhat. Fire source crystal was a kind of, or crystal containing extremely rich fire source power. To fire attribute martial artists, it was greatly beneficial to cultivation. But what Yi Yuan minded was not this. His cleansing sandal sacred flame had already reached the juncture of advancing ranks. This fire source crystal just happened to able to help the cleansing sandal sacred flame evolve. Yi Yuan loosened his grip and said coolly, I already said we're just pa-s. Sing through. If you still hara. S unreasonably, I won't be courteous. He was easing up the line here to reel him in later, although the big dumb bear was stupid. If Yi Yuan expressed interest in the fire source crystals, the big dumb bear would definitely be able to discern something. So when he expressed no interest in the fire source crystals at all, this brawny man indeed fell for it. That brawny man was very surprised when he saw Yi Yuan loosening his grip and said, You guys really aren't here for the fire source crystals? Yi Yuan frowned and said, What fire source crystals and what not? How many times do you want me to say to you, we're only pa-s, sing through? When the brawny man saw that Yi Yuan was not interested in the fire source crystals at all, he also felt that he was too rash earlier and hurriedly apologized in Imbara. As meant, he said, Sorry about that, this little brother. It was I, Xiong Hui, who didn't figure out the situation. Seriously sorry about it. No, wait, you're a human. Only at this time did this brawny man react to it, and his expression could not help changing as his expression darkened once more. Hump, big brother, Yi Yuan possesses true dragon bloodline. Muchen, bleer than you, this big dumb bear. Yushu said indignantly. The brawny man turned his head and looked at Yi Yuan suspiciously. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. The dragon pressure on his body emitted out was faintly discernible. The brawny man could not help being taken aback. This dragon pressure was extremely orthodox and was no joke. So, it's the dragon race's successor. Xiong Hui was impolite. Xiong Hui hastily said humbly, and looking at your tiered manner, seems like you've run into some problems. Just a few pieces of fire source crystals. It's not so serious until you guys have to kick up such a fuss, right? It's also that you ran into me. If it were other people, they would have already killed all of you just now. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. This. Xiong Hui revealed a hesitant look. Clearly, he was in a dilemma on whether to tell Yi Yuan or not. Yi Yuan said indifferently when he saw the situation, Since you have something awkward to disclose, it's fine to not say either. We still have to hurry on our way. Let's say our farewells here. But I have to remind you, although fire source crystals are greatly beneficial to your fire source true Dipper Bear clan, the fire poison in the fire source crystals are exceedingly hard to remove. When using, be a little more careful. Yushu, let's go. This fire source crystal was indeed very rare. The fire attribute was already very powerful, but those who knew that it contained fire poison within were not many, because When ordinary people absorbed fire source crystals, they could not possibly absorb in large quantities, because they could not withstand the fire source power in the fire source crystals at all. But the fire source true Dipper Bears were different. They were innately a fire attribute demon race and had a very strong affinity towards fire source power. The more fire source crystals they absorb, the better. Yet when absorbing the fire source power in the fire source crystals, one would not sense anything for a short while. But following the fire source crystals absorbed getting increasingly more, the ACCU, emulation of fire poison, would get progressively deeper. By the time it was discovered, the poison would basically have attacked the vitals already. Finished talking, Yi Yuan walked forward without even turning his head back. Yi Yuan's words directly breached Xiong Hui's mental line of defense. Yi Yuan had just walked out a couple of steps when Xiong Hui yelled out from behind, "Please wait, little brother." "And is there anything else? We still have to hurry along our way, and don't have time to waste on you all." Yi Yuan pretended to be impatient and said. Xiong Hui hurriedly said, "Little brother has wide experience and extensive knowledge to actually know the drawbacks of fire source crystals. It's just, I wonder if little brother has ways to remove the poison? So what if I do? So what if I don't? Weren't you not even willing to say anything earlier? As it happens, I'm not willing to listen as well. So don't be long-winded." Yi Yuan turned around once more and wanted to go. Xiong Hui, seeing Yi Yuan so steadfast, felt even more certain. He hurriedly stopped him and said, "Little brother, Xiong Hui has given offense just now." "Given offense? I'll tell little brother the matter exactly as it is. If little brother can provide a way to eradicate the poison, I believe that young lord and clan head will definitely be endlessly grateful." Actually, Yi Yuan already guessed some things long ago through Xiong Hui's attitude. This fire source true Dipper Bear clan definitely had somebody who refined and absorbed fire source crystals without heed for their lives, resulting in poisoning themselves. But the incident should not end here. Otherwise, this Xiong Hui also would not go so far as to get alarmed over nothing, killing on sight. Only upon hearing Xiong Hui's words did Yi Yuan finally know what happened to the fire source true Dipper Bear clan. Turns out that some time ago, a fire source crystal or vein was discovered within the fire source true Dipper Bear clan's territory. This made the Bear clan thrilled to death. They mined a batch of fire source crystals, and the clan head Xiongzhan started refining and absorbing them in a hurry. This Xiongzhan was peak initial stage, tier 6. After absorbing this batch of fire source crystals, he would surely be able to break through to middle stage tier 6. The allure of advancing ranks was seriously too great. Of course, the reason why Xiongzhan was in a hurry to increase his strength was actually in order to let the Bear clan suppress the adjacent Purple Flood Dragon clan. Xiongzhan was completely unaware that refining fire source crystals still had this sort of negative effect. The result was that he overreached himself. Now, not only was he unable to break through, he instead became tangled with fire poison and was completely unable to eradicate it. Even though the Bear clan locked down the news immediately, the Purple Flood Dragon clan seemed to have perceived a little something. This period of time, they kept on testing the Bear clan nonstop. Xiongzhan was in close seclusion right now. The young lord, Xiong Tai, could only order people to seal off all gateways to the territory to prevent the Purple Flood Dragons from doing anything fishy. The result was this scene earlier happening. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny in his heart when he heard. He was even somewhat puzzled how these big dumb bears contended with the Purple Flood Dragon clan until now, sending people to seal off all entrances and exits. Wasn't this making it more conspicuous the more they tried to conceal it? Even if the Purple Flood Dragon clan did not know anything, they could also guess that something must have happened to the Bear clan. It would be weird if they did not plunder a burning house at this time. Furthermore, Xiong Hui, this kind of big dumb bear, Yi Yuan had not even asked anything yet, and he confessed himself. Yi Yuan really did not know what he should say. Little brother, if you can help Clan Head remove the fire poison, my Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan will definitely thank you generously. Xiong Hui said. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and opened his mouth. No problem with letting me help your clan head remove the fire poison. But I have a condition. Xiong Hui said. As long as you can let clan head recover anew, forget about one condition. Even 100 conditions won't be an issue. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, and actually this condition is also in line with saving your clan head. I want 50 pieces of fire source crystals.